Hello and welcome back to another episode of The Paper Dungeon. We are, as always, very excited to be here. Unfortunately, once again, Lydia can't be joining us today. Also, this is a pre-recorded episode. Hi, future us.
Hello.
Hi. We're recording this for you guys. It would be yesterday, as in Sunday. Tomorrow is when we stream this, as in Monday. I know that's confusing, but there you go. Now you know our timelines. Anyway, we are recording this episode. Is today Saturday?
No, it's Sunday.
No, it's Sunday.
No, I just need an adult.
I was really confused.
Well, really, the problem is we originally planned to do this on Saturday, but then had to delay to Sunday.
And then Grant had to go party.
Also, shout out Lydia's mom, Tina.
Yeah.
She's been chilling with Aaron, me, and Lydia at our house, and so that's what
Lydia's
Lydia's
chilling
doing. She's hanging out with her mom.
That's why she's not here today.
Yeah.
Gross, right?
I know. Good, healthy relationship with parents. Who needs it?
Yeah.
Sorry, that's a little angsty for this episode. Anyway, we do have a few announcements to get through before we go ahead and take off. So I'll start with you, Aaron. Why don't you take us through your announcements?
I'm Angst Master Aaron.
69420.
Yeah, absolutely. XX_XX. Yeah, so just we have a website. It's a pretty cool one. It has a merch store on it where you can buy merch that has our logo. www.thepaperdungeon. And guess what? It's real. We fixed it. And by we, I mean Drew. Drew put in the work.
Good job.
Shout out to Drew.
We stand.
So yeah, click that link, send it to the website, go send us money and get cool stuff in return. It's a fair deal. Speaking of fair deals, guess who else is the store? It's Lydia Corinne. She does all of our art, all of our overlays, all of our character, all that stuff. She's great. And you can go get some of her art for yourself. It can be on shirts, shorter shirts, pillows, probably
Shorter
something else.
shirts? Like
They're
crop tops?
It's a crop top.
Yeah.
Or you can commission your unique art from her. She has a commission list. I'm not sure if it's still on a wait list, but even if it is, you can be on that wait list and she will get to you and it'll be awesome. So Lydia needs to pay rent, go send her money, get cool stuff in return. That's how business works. Let's move on to the next person. Actually, I'm a liar. We have a Discord. Just wanted you to know that I debated you, didn't I? We have a Discord, and if you're not on it, what are you doing? That's like the only reason to watch the show.
That's a good point.
It's super cool over there. We stream games. We hang out and talk. People message good morning every single day. It's great. It's a really great community. We love you guys. Thanks to those over on the Discord. Now to someone else.
Aaron, that
I'll
was
take
awesome. Yes, Grant, you'll be next.
Podcast listeners, YouTube viewers, thank you for viewing and or listening. Show up on stream someday. We'd love to see you live or live Monday evenings, 7 p.m. CST on Twitch.
This episode, but that doesn't count.
Yeah, well, yeah, this episode was pre-recorded, I suppose. Some of us will be in chat. However, we also have a show on Thursdays, Table Scraps. I don't know if Aaron shouted that out.
At 1:30 p.m. CST.
1:30 p.m. CST on Thursdays. So you can also find us there. We interact with chat more on Thursdays, and Aaron kind of heads that stream. So it's a good time. And also, if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free subscription on Twitch.
Yes.
So if you head over to Twitch, you get one free prescription per month. You could help us out. And if you have redeemed your Amazon Prime subscription on Twitch for free before, you need to do it every month manually.
Doesn't auto refresh.
It's a great way to support us as well. So drop them primes. And thanks again. Grant, also known as Philo Grant on Twitch, out.
Nice. Follow him. Nice plugs.
Speaking of tags and social media and all that type of stuff, also go follow us on the rest of our social media platforms. We have Instagram, we have TikTok, we got Twitter, there's a Facebook. We don't like to mention that one because we don't really talk about it, but we do have a Facebook. Go follow us on it. That's kind of cool. You could be like we followed them on Facebook before they even did anything on Facebook type people, we always love those people. And yeah, as Aaron mentioned, we also have the Discord as well. So definitely go check out the rest of our social medias. Drew's favorite pastime is to go cackle to himself while watching our old TikToks. It is like legitimately his favorite pastime.
Comedy gold.
It's true.
Okay,
We're kind of
not go that far.
There's
some gems. There's some gems.
There are a few gems. So just go check that out. And then if you do want to support the show financially in any way, we do have a Patreon, and there is some exclusive content on there, and there's more exclusive content on the way. We have Ko-Fi, We have Streamlabs donation.
Streamlabs, nice.
Nice. I think those are our three main ways of donating to us. So definitely go use those if you feel like it. Otherwise, the best way to support us is to share with your friends, share with your loved ones, like the videos on YouTube, share the podcasts, Whole 9 Yards, follow us on all those social medias. And then if you want to, subscribe to us on Twitch, that's pretty great too. So yeah, otherwise, I think that's everything for our announcements. Am I correct, James?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Well, with that, all that being said, let's go ahead and get into tonight's episode of The Paper Dungeon. Roll the clip, Drew.
Welcome to Nico Muris, a world of lost legend and forgotten lore. As the world, still recovering from the decimation of the trial, approaches the turn of the century, ancient evil returns with a lust for darkness and ruin. Follow us into a planar conspiracy as powers beyond your imagination plot the downfall of all that is right and good. 3 years have passed since our heroes fought a war to reclaim a fallen land. Now, they must once again take up arms and write a new story, a tale of glory, fear, and fortune, as they make their way through the Paper Dungeon.
All right. So, in our previous episodes, our party has been kind of scrambling to find any footholds and leads that they can have on two different fronts. Renaya is intensely searching for any information that she could have on Ruat, the Anathema, her history, the Halak, basically all those loose ends that never really got tied up at the end of the war. All these things that have been hinted at, it's like that. She's really been trying to focus on those answers that she's been looking for. And unfortunately, it has been a struggle for her. Meanwhile, Leshka has recently realized that his friend Cather, and obviously friend to the rest of the party, has gone missing. And that he probably needs some help as he is stuck in the city of Sigil, trying to make his way back, but not really knowing what's going on, and how he got there and what's going on, all this different type of stuff. So between those two different goals, we'll say, they've been bouncing back and forth. They've made their way to Sigil, only to find out that Sigil actually was recently attacked. And thus the city is in lockdown. There's nobody that's going into the city. There's nobody that's going out of the city. And so they were prevented from being able to enter. When they did return from exploring Sigil, they discovered that the Scholar's Guide was actually immediately under attack from two dragons. Rycorum. Rycorum's the king of the dragon. The son of Rycorum, Varim Rysir, and an advisor to him of Enduskfell. These two dragons were attacking the Scholar's Guide, trying to enter into one of the locked off libraries, the one for the Age of Pandemonium. For the Age of the Trial. That's what it was. They did manage to defeat the guardian that guarded this gate. Is this massive 50-foot tall golem, a very beautiful carved statue. And between some help from the party and these two dragons, they were able to enter into it, at which point the party quickly grabbed as much information as they could before these two dragons grabbed what they were looking for and burned the rest of the library. Not to mention, in the actual attack with the guardian and everything like this, they destroyed a lot of the library. There was a lot of collateral damage, a lot of people that were hurt, and a lot of lore that was unfortunately destroyed. So not really a good thing. Especially resulting in just a burned library and lots of lost history. Very unfortunate. Then the party spent a little bit of time trying to find answers on different stuff. And so they headed to an old friend, an old love. Evan Triplets called upon his relationship with Glysa the archdevil of the 6th layer of hell, Malbog, and called upon her to gain some information, figure out if there's anything that they could be doing, different stuff like that, specifically around the relationship that Renaya has with Grotz and how he's doing with not the breakup, I should say that, but with the fact that there's some issues going on and how he's not really aware of some different things, along with getting some information about some other things as well. So, having reconnected with her, she was able to help the party out quite a bit. In fact, she was able to send the party specifically to Grotz. Renaya did have to quarantine herself, as when she was exploring for another part of Ruat, which she discovered there are multiple parts to this overarching artifact. She discovered the piece called Lex, L-E-X. But much like Ruat, it immediately bound itself to her and was going to bound her to whoever she next touched. She immediately recognized the curse. And so she decided to quarantine herself so as to prevent herself from causing any further issues. We fast forward to the party, now talking to Glacia and all this type of stuff. Glacia, excuse me, I keep saying it wrong.
Glacia.
Even though
like
that's
Google
not
Translate.
Glacier, perhaps.
yes. But they ended up talking to Grotz, revealing some information to him, learning some information from Grotz about the severity of the planar speculation that's going on, some of the conspiracies that may be happening. And towards the end of their conversation, they realized, or Grotz revealed to them, that Glacia would be able to help them enter the city of Seagull through some back entrances. That is where we left off. Edited.
Yeah.
We're gonna make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Oh, thank God. I'm so glad we're starting off with this.
Sorry for the throat lozenge in my mouth. We're starting with a wisdom throw. This can't be good news.
Well, it's not. That's a 10.
Perfect. So
I die.
no, not at all. In
30
fact, it's the
seconds
opposite of it.
I get overhealed.
You're reborn.
You find yourself staring out a window, absentmindedly daydreaming. There is the cool, rocky mountainside outside of your study. The study that you built when you returned to Yorick, and devoted yourself to being there with Talanasha, helping Yorick, and in general just secluding yourself to a more simple life. Across from you, you can see there is the further extent of your study. You're sitting at your desk. There is a vast swath of books and library that is across one wall, half of which you've written and published, as you are a renowned author and teacher at this point. And sitting across from you, poring over some papers, you do see the young drow woman that you call Talon. She looks at you and gently smiles before saying, "Daydreaming again?"
Well, you know, I've always been one to wander, be it my mind or body.
Well, perhaps you can get out of your mind and help me with this, these calculations. The spell that you're trying to get me to learn is rather complicated, and I could actually use your help on this.
Well, I won't always be there, Talon.
But while you are here, I will not be afraid to take advantage of your help. Now, look at this.
That's fair. You should always use your resources. I'll head over there and pull out my readers.
Okay. You
I'm
pull
only
out
like
your
27 at this time. They're fake readers. There's no lenses.
You think for a moment. Your conscious brain calculates for a second, and you think that you're only 27, except you realize that you're not. You're 47. You've been here for the last 10, 15, 20 years. You remember yesterday, much similar to today, where you woke up and you made tea and had breakfast, and York
hate
went
tea.
about. I'm sorry. I thought that you liked tea.
No, hate
whatever
tea.
your drink of choice.
Coffee,
is.
black.
Coffee. You made black
Kind of like
coffee.
tea.
As gritty
But
and
it's
bitter
different.
as possible.
You just eat coffee
Espresso
Yeah.
with grounds in it.
Yeah. It's just
You-
water
you
with
make-
the beans in it.
beans. You make espresso
Oh
and
my
then throw out the
gosh.
liquid and just like use the ground up beans
Yeah.
like tobacco chew.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Caffeine straight from the source.
There's just a massive hole in your lip right there.
Yeah.
No, but you think back and this is current present day. This is your life.
Huh.
And for a moment you have a bit of confusion for just a second before a dull headache begins to form in the side of your head, pushing and distracting you from that thought. And you find yourself back in the moment, back here with Talon, working on this equation. You go through and you begin working with her through it, and she's a very smart girl. She picks up on what you're teaching very, very well, and has really mastered being able to apply what you teach to her smithing that York teaches her, and she's becoming a pretty impressive artificer in her own route, in her own way. But nonetheless, she is also wanting to explore higher forms of magic instead of just enchantment and artifice. That's what I'm looking for. I was gonna say artificery, but that's not the right word. Artifice. And you're actually very, very proud of her.
I always have been.
You go through and you continue to work and teach before you hear the deep, gruff voice of York call to you, telling you that he has prepared dinner from his very large, inviting home in the mountains. It's kind of a big log cabin with a big, large hearth that's constantly with roaring flames, and there's pelts and furs all over the place, and big, cushy chairs. Very, very cozy cabin in the woods. You go about your evening. And I'll have you go ahead and make another wisdom saving throw.
Oh, thank God. I was ready for me to bomb another one. You know what? I used those dice last week. I'm going to use my other dice. These rolls will be sponsored by Faye.
This whole episode will be Abinthy in this daydream because
Hey,
Baron
you're
will
falling
never
apart.
succeed the wisdom save.
13 on that one.
Okay. You head inside, and you and York are pleasantly chatting with Talon nearby, when your mind begins to wander once again. And you remember Glacia. And in what seems like a distant memory, you remember her speaking about her bindings and how those prevent her from allowing too many of her old ways to really work, and that in order to help you, you would have to reach out to an associate of hers. As you begin to remember this, your subconscious realizes that York and Talon have stopped talking completely, and they're staring at you with blank, almost angry expressions. I know that those are contradictory, but they're just staring at you.
It's that like, it's like that Breaking Bad thing where he doesn't, like, Walter White doesn't look angry. It's just a blank face, and your mind reads that as anger.
Yes.
I had a dream where I yelled Hank in the Walter White voice of the guy who played Hank. I just remembered that. Continue.
Thank you for your input.
You realize that they have stopped talking, and your eyes focus and flick to their faces. And as soon as you go from that memory to Talon and Yorick, they immediately pick up on the conversation and you go back to what they were. It was almost like they froze in time for a second, staring at you with this frustration before, as soon as you brought your attention back to them, they began talking once again about a project that Talon's working on. You continue through the night. Tell me, what in your ideal world, in this world, what would an ideal night look like for you?
Oh, well, it probably, let's see, and has Talon aged as well?
Yes, she's
Okay.
probably now. I mean, she's a
Gotcha.
drow, so she still lives for a very long time.
so,
But
I mean,
she's like
it's-
now like 37, so she's still a kid.
something like that. So it's no longer like, all right, gotta make sure that Talon goes to bed on time.
No.
Oh geez. Oh, in this ideal world, it's probably there's a small amount of time where we all kind of do our own little separate thing after dinner. I write some stuff down, I do some experimentation, some alchemy.
Mhm.
Then we all kind of end up in the kind of like the main like living room, maybe with a glass of a nice vintage of wine, and just kind of, there's a like long periods of silence. Every once in a while someone will tell a story or something that they discovered, but a lot of it is just quiet reading. Talon probably goes her own way, Yorwick and I
Mhm.
talk to each other, and then eventually we just both go to sleep. I remind Talanashta that she should probably read from Tomes and Tinctures, because her problem may be helped on something slightly in chapter 47.
Mhm.
But I'm not telling her to, I'm just advising.
Yeah.
Uh,
You go through that night. You guys separate after dinner, and go work on a few different things. Talnasha goes over to the workshop and begins working on her project. What she's trying to do is she's trying to create. Right now, what she's trying to do, and she's struggling with, is she's trying to reshape some Vestrusium into a sort of cage that will act almost like a governor to a kind of rare piece of Audronite that acts much like the maniples that you just recently learned about. And so this Vestrusium would allow it to, like I said, act like a governor and prevent too much power from escaping at once and causing destruction, and kind of regulate this type of thing. And she's really struggling because Vestrusium can only be forged in very few places and in different ways and stuff like that. And doing it in a small workshop is very, very difficult.
Yeah.
And so that's what she's trying to figure out right now.
That's some like hardcore transmutation nonsense.
Yeah. You know,
Doing
how can
some
she
whack.
create the tooling or magically form this or shape this through non-traditional ways of smithing and all this type of stuff? That's what she's really trying to deal with from the way. She goes to work on her project, and she like begrudgingly is like, yeah, that might be like a good idea, kind of like that, like, I'm an adult, I don't need you to tell me what to do type of thing, but also you're kind of probably right, so maybe I should listen. At which point you go off, and you write a few things down, and you contemplate for a second. Now that you're by yourself, you contemplate this life, where you've been, how you got here. And while you don't per se, you don't remember the morning, you remember yesterday and the day before that, and you can remember vaguely like 10-15 years ago when Talanasha was begging you to go on an adventure. But after that, it's kind of, it's almost fuzzy. before a few days ago. But even then, the details of the days are not really there. And once again, you don't have your memory of this morning. The first thing you remember from today is kind of being snapped out of your daydreaming. I'll have you go ahead and make another wisdom saving throw for me.
All right, so the 2 viewers dice have failed me.
Hey, Aaron.
So we're yeah.
Just a word.
Look, I'm trying to get you guys some playtime.
Well, no. I'm enjoying this. So I'm just saying it might be helpful to you to roll like a 20 or something. You know.
Well, it's not a 20, but it is a 25.
I'm really enjoying this, by the way. I'm happy.
It's like I
Take
just
your
want some
time.
Mexican pizza.
After this, you already know it's back.
It's back, baby.
It's back, baby.
25 on that wisdom save.
Yes. Your mind contemplates all this, and you shape it up to you're getting older. You know, details are fuzzy. That's why you write so much stuff down.
Dementia shouldn't be setting in yet.
Before deciding that perhaps just some good sleep is what you need. You skip your conversation with York over the wine, and just decide to head to bed. As you sleep, you see two places, both ones that you recognize, though you're not quite sure how at this point. You see the grand arcane city of Wisteria Vale. Not like the Wisteria Vale of a demiplane that you have all been familiar with, but that of the city in which it was based off of, which is rather different. You see the vast city that circles this kind of plateaued hill, relatively flat for most of the common ground, and you see all the buildings tucked into all the nooks and crannies and filling in as many buildings as they can into as little space as possible. You see the grand bronze statue of Venenatis, the prime god of the arcane domain. This massive 300, 400 foot statue that was built on top of the plateau. And you see the 5 or so floating buildings on mini islands that float all around this massive statue. Places that you are semi-familiar with. You know of the 3 schools that float in the sky. There is one for the public schools. That's where most of the children are educated. And there are the 2 colleges that specialize in, respectively, in magic and technology. You see the ATR, the workshop for all of the mages and artificers and scientists of the city. Another massive building. And you see a few other floating buildings, but then you see the Sky Guard. These smaller, much smaller stones float in the sky with barracks on them that float about centrally located in the vertical axis and float, creating a ring around all of this, the statues and the buildings and everything. These barracks holding members of the Sky Guard, which would be soldiers and their Drake mounts.
Dang, this is way cooler than what I've thought of.
You then see Avarice, a stark different city, where the grandiose, beautiful, intelligent architecture of Wisteria falls away to the rugged, war-clad, strong and bold architecture of Avarice, where
So it's
things
brutalist.
Yes, very brutalist. things are where Wisteria is rounded and soft and welcoming, Avarice is sharp and bold and almost threatening, much like the relationship that the two hold. You see many of the dark stones that they use for their architecture. You see the crimson colors that they use for their banners. And you zoom in past Avarice into the depths beneath it, into these 3 layers that you kind of float around for just a second. The first being filled with these creatures that you see. They slide behind people and enter their bodies, almost like ghosts taking possession, and immediately they creep and crawl into this personification of these people, tricking their friends and betraying their allies. You then go into the second level and you see that these creatures have no longer just possessed the bodies, but have become these people. They have taken the very lives of these people and made them their own. And you go to the third level, where these people who once were their own creations and their own souls have now fallen decrepit and rotting, before you get to the fourth level, which you see these 3 vaults, all floating in their own respective space, with floating paths that head to each one, made of broken stones that slip and slide and flip and turn as they defy gravity and float above this empty space. Surrounding the vaults, you see these floating orbs that they're these orbs of how do I boba is not the right word. They are hollow, like Orbeez. That's what I'm looking for. You know what an Orbe is?
Yes, I do.
Of course.
Very threatening.
They're like Orbeez, these, but larger. They're probably about 2 feet in diameter. These floating balls of water. What terrifies you is floating inside is a shell with a piece of finely aged Vestrusium inside of it. Quickly realizing that any disturbance to these could result in a major reaction.
Like that scene in Finding Nemo.
Kind of, yeah.
I was going to say that it's like that scene in Journey to the Center of the Earth.
Oh, an even better reference.
Yes.
Not a better movie, though.
You see all this, and you try to focus your mind, as you are not one who is unaware of the power of lucid dreaming. And so you try to focus in and take control. And you, for a moment you do, before things start to flicker as your dream and your vision kind of begin to fade, as your subconscious begins to realize that you are physically choking. You cannot.
Oh, that's not good.
You awake as Kalinasha, who is staring above you with this grimace across her face, and her teeth have now been sharpened, and her eyes are black pits, and she's older and more wrinkled and slightly more decayed. Her fingernails black and clawed, as she is she's literally trying to she's holding a pillow to your face. What's the word that I'm looking for?
Asphyxiate.
Asphyxiate.
Not asphyxiate. What's smother? Smother you to death.
Smother is a good one.
Smother.
Yeah. You realize that she is trying to suffocate you. She's trying to cut off all of your oxygen. What are you going to do?
Oh, geez. Well, as you know, I never go to sleep without my staff directly next to me.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. I mean, I should probably try to break out.
I'll give you
Fireball.
I'll give you one thing, and then we're gonna roll initiative.
Oh geez.
Fireball.
Yeah, I mean, can I just try to slip out from underneath the suffocating pillow of death?
Go ahead and make a. How would you like to do this? Would you like to be a force of strength where you kind of
Preferably
off and
not
move, or do you
strength.
want it to be something kind of more dexterity where you kind of like slip out?
Yeah, I would like to do a bridge. So I just go like I'm laying. This is my head, and I just go. I just bridge
do-
Just do
upwards.
like a thrust.
I buck the
do-
hips to throw her
Go
off.
ahead and make an acrobatics check for me.
I've watched a lot of MMA. I kid you not, that is a natural 20 for a total
Nice.
of 23.
You arch your back. It's surprisingly
launched out
nimble
of the
for a
tent.
man close to his 50s. And
I grab my ankles, I roll.
you turn into Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah,
Gotta go
you
fast.
launch Talanasha off of you. She kind of steps back before crouching onto like all fours and snarling at you. Go ahead and roll initiative for me.
That's not good. I would like other people to play the game now, DM.
No, it's all right. You got this.
You're doing great, buddy.
Fireball.
Okay.
Fireball.
See,
Cast
Aaron, what you
fireball.
don't realize is Edward and Leshka are actually there in the illusionary dream
Edward
with you.
is
They're-
disguised as Talanashta.
Well, I was gonna say,
Yes,
if
Edward
you
is
if you
chilling,
look
haven't
to your right, you'll see through the window Leshka and Edward are just cheering you on. They're saying, "Go Triplets," you know.
You're fighting Yorwick on a
Defense.
balcony.
Everything you own in the box to the left.
What did you get, Aaron?
19.
Ooh, nice.
I'm struggling on initiative, gang. I've got a plus
Hey.
13, and I'm
Ooh,
rolling below
19
20.
Isn't terrible though.
Oh my god.
I mean, let's do the math here. That's a 6
You will go
on
first.
die.
What
Yeah,
would you like to do?
it's rough.
What do I have on me?
A pillow.
You have your staff.
Oh, good.
You close by, you would have access to your pack, to your spell book.
I'll whistle and have a thimble run to me with my tapestry.
Yeah.
And I have I grab my staff.
Yeah.
I'm just going to cast. Do I have it currently available? That's a great question. Wait, yes, I do. It's part of my.
I've
It's
never
part of my
heard
staff.
of that one.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Currently available. Yes, that's the spell.
I'm gonna cast Globe of Invulnerability
Okay.
to surround Talanashta.
Okay.
I think she has to make a save. I'll be 100% honest. I don't remember how this spell works. I never expected to cast it.
Pick up the chair.
Hit her with the steel chair. Oh my god, he's on the top rope.
And he climbs into the
Load.
rafters.
Oh, it's right there. An immobile, faintly shimmering barrier springs into existence in a 10-foot radius around you and
it's
remains for
around
any
me?
duration.
Never
Any
mind.
spell at
then.
5th level
That
lower cast from
sucks.
outside the barrier can't affect creatures or objects within it. Even a spell is cast using high level spell
Never
slot.
mind.
Yeah,
I
it's a
thought it
ranged
was
spell.
around other people.
Just
All
like
right,
that
I'll cast
episode of
Watery
SpongeBob.
Sphere.
Uh-huh.
Creature in this sphere space must make a strength saving throw. So I will pull out a ball of blue yarn from my bag. I'll just throw it at her, and it
bounces.
expands into a 5-foot radius sphere.
Okay.
That will attempt to just engulf her.
It works out well because as you pull this out, she lunges towards you, launching off of all fours, and as you do, it just wraps, immediately catching her in this sphere of water. As she begins to swim and claw around and turn upside down, not having a grand old time. It's really just not that great. To break free, I'm assuming that I have to make a strength check and all that type of stuff on my turn.
Yes, and they are considered restrained while within the sphere. It can restrain as many as 4 medium creatures.
That's pretty good.
Wow.
And I will say, Talon, What the crap is going on? Stop that.
She spits some responses at you, except you can't really understand them because she's underwater.
I've made that mistake.
What else would you like to do on your turn?
I mean, that's pretty much it. I don't have a whole lot of bonus actions or anything.
You know,
I'm good.
I'm not. You mentioning that 4 people can fit in this bubble. I just imagine like the bubble brawl like mini game from Super Smash from the Mario Party games.
That's awesome. That was great. That'll take us to Talonash's turn. She spits and claws, trying to make her way, almost feral in her actions. She's gonna make a strength check to, or a strength saving throw.
I want to
18?
break free.
18 will succeed.
Okay.
I want to
She
break free.
pulls herself forward before kind of launching herself out of this. Remind me, Aaron, is that my action?
Yes, it should be an action to break free.
Okay. Let's see.
It's actually at the end of each of its turns, it can attempt to repeat the saving throw, ending it on a success.
Beautiful. Yeah, she breaks free, and that's all she can do since she can't do anything else. But she is free of the orb, soaking wet, kind of feral, breathing heavily, coughing very vaguely, like almost like she doesn't really care about the fact that she was just now drowning. What would you like to do?
Can I try to figure? Is this actually Talon?
Make a wisdom saving throw.
This is me role playing. I know.
I know.
Talon. I just wanted everyone. I'm not an idiot.
Good job. No, good job role playing. Yeah, it's one of those
22.
things.
Okay. You begin to see Talon, but you also see past her for a second. And you see the girl that you love. You're almost your own child in your eyes. But you also see this shadow behind her eyes, this creature lurking in the dark, using her image and her visage to attack you.
I have another question.
Yes.
Thematically, because I have cool stuff that I want to say. Do I remember what happened to Talon at this moment?
I'll have you make one more wisdom saving throw for that.
There's so much mystery here. Did this really happen? Is this just a dream?
Maybe it's a 27.
Oh, baby, yeah. Yeah, baby.
In this moment, as you realize that this is not Talon, immediately your heart is filled with grief. As the memories of specifically what happened to Talon flood back into your mind, of her requests, her laugh, her brilliance, her natural cunning, and her desire for adventure over anything else, and thus your greatest regret.
Triplets will get real quiet for just like an eighth of a second, because I only have 6 seconds in a turn.
Sure, something like that.
He will say, "I'm very sorry, but I'm not sorry to whatever you are. How dare you bring her to me? Terpsichore." I will activate my haste spell. I will pull from my pack a knitting needle. I will release it into the air. I will say, "I don't know what you are, but that is the last mistake you will ever make." And I will cast Chain Lightning.
Oh my
okay.
gosh.
Okay.
And I will make an attack roll. Oh no, it has to make a dex save.
Yeah.
I was thinking
14?
not enough. So I get to roll a whole
Let's
bunch
go.
of damage.
I don't
A
suppose.
whole bunch of damage.
I don't suppose
Just a whole
it
bunch.
would hurt more because they're wet.
Hey, don't push it.
I'm just asking, you know.
It's already a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Okay, keep track of these numbers because I'm rolling real low.
Okay. Right.
That'll be 9.
Well,
17, 22, 29, 37.
Oh my gosh.
45, 47 lightning damage.
Oh.
nice.
And then I'm also going to have it arc to just random places around the room in anger.
Mhm.
And then I'll use my hasted action to move up and just stab it.
Oh yes. Dramatic. Well, I hope this kills. I mean, DJ's
It would
pretty
be,
much this
it
whole
would be
time
pretty
just
great
been
if
like,
it did.
just been like, nice. I'm like, okay,
Nice
So we'll
on.
see if it dies. But I could see it being an awfully cool way to kill this thing. DM,
it's like,
I think
hear me
this-
out,
It would
DM.
be cool.
Hear me out. Does a... Oh, also, I will use a charge from my tome to knock it prone, because I forgot it was an evocation spell,
Ooh, very nice.
and deal it an extra 14 force damage.
Wow, nice. So you're up to 61.
Yep. Then I'll make my
Come on,
attack
get it up. 8 more points.
with advantage, because it's prone now. Does a 21 hit.
Yes.
I will use a charge from my staff to add an extra d6 to the damage.
Oh my gosh, Avanthy. What? He's doing
That'll
that.
be an additional 17.
Nice.
78 damage. Is that the
It stabs me in the throat, rips my heart out.
You proclaim your intention with this creature. You cast Chain Lightning, at which point from you erupts this bolt of lightning that shoots itself through this creature, through her very chest and out her back as it spreads and sparks across the rest of the room. At which point, in as quick an action as it took for that lightning to travel from you to her, you step forward and just drive your sword. I believe it's a sewing needle,
Spell
right?
Piercer. Yeah. Spell Piercer, it's shaped like a sewing needle.
You drive Spell Piercer through the wound left from the bolt of lightning, driving it forward, piercing through Talanasha's heart. You watch as she gasps and gurgles as blood begins to spew from her mouth, before she slumps forward onto you.
Yeah, I catch her. I fall to my knees.
Behind you in this room, the window, you had a large glass window that stays next to your bed, and as the bolts of lightning spread and spark, one of them hits the glass and it shatters, sending shards of glass all over you. Immediately as Talanasha begins to decay and rot, you notice she goes from her already fairly dark skin as a drow, kind of her grayish complexion, to more of a pitch black type complexion, and she changes from her drow-like state, her humanoid-esque state, to that more akin to what you know as the creature of a shadow, that almost ghost-like, traditional ghost-like creature or dementor-like creature begins to rest in your arms. You feel the wind from outside as the mountain air rushes in and whips around your room, whips your hair and your threads and your spools as a storm now begins to flow in over the mountains. You hold Talanasha. Would you like to do anything?
I'm weeping actively.
Yeah.
Um,
Through
and
your
I will
tears.
say,
Oh, go for it.
it's hard to make it out through the sobs.
Mhm.
But he says, "I'm so sorry. I've killed you twice."
In your grief, you look up and you see, as the dark sky and the dark landscape around you lights up from a bolt of lightning, you see up above the house, a little ways up the mountainside, there is this deep, dark cave hidden in the mountainside, now revealed through the light of the lightning.
I will lay her down, or well, the creature down. And
As
I
you lay
will-
her down
Yeah.
in the doorway, you hear loud, large footsteps as the door opens and Yorick reveals himself. The large, hulking Goliath, already very tall, being a Goliath, but strong and very built, being a smith, being a worker of metal. He's already extremely strong just with that. He steps in, and you immediately see that he sees Kalinasha at your feet. He looks over to you with confusion before almost a rage in his eyes erupts. You killed her. As he begins to rush forward towards you, what would you like to do?
So there's this cave in the mountainside.
Mhm.
Abinthy will take 2 quick hops back towards the window.
Yep.
Jump up onto the sill and say, through the raging storm, he yells through his tears.
Yeah.
He says, "I meant to tell you. I'm sorry. I just couldn't bring myself to face you. Not after this." And then he'll jump out the window.
Mm-hmm. Very dramatic. I
and
like it.
billow his cape as a bonus action. And cast Featherfall to do a deft land on the ground, and then he'll start just booking it towards the cave.
You launch yourself into the storm, immediately finding yourself soaked as the heavy rain falls. Your pack struggling to stay behind you as it fights the wind and continues to float behind you. Your cape not even having to use its magical enchantment to billow as it flaps and flails in the wind.
It does cut a striking figure in the storm.
As the lightning crashes and flashes, Yorick
and maybe even dashes.
And maybe even dashes. Yorick watches as, through the blinks of light, you seem to teleport across the mountain, seeing you here before the next bolt sees you here, before you disappear into the cave. It is a deep pitch black expanse. You arrive at the lip, swing your leg over, and find yourself falling into an infinite void. Let's go. You find yourself in a massive library. A place
Sounds like a
very
lovely
familiar
place.
to you. What was that?
Sounds like a lovely place.
A place very familiar to you, as it is a library that you have built over your years. One full of your own private collection. I shouldn't say private, though, as it is open to the public and you are the primary caretaker of this library. It is full of ancient knowledge. Can you guys hear the sirens?
I
No,
don't hear
we could hear.
think we're good.
Was it Ryan in the background earlier?
No,
someone was
Drew
speaking.
had his mic muted for the stream, but we could hear some background stuff.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah,
Nice.
we're good. Mhm.
Nice.
But no, we don't hear the sirens.
Perfect. This library full of ancient knowledge that you take pleasure in sharing with the world. You have a slightly more open policy than that of the Scholar's Guide, wanting to share your expertise and your wisdom with that of the world. Although that is unfortunately not how you spend most of your time these days. Instead, most of your time is spent doing deep research on different topics, enjoying the constant chatter of your friend Blix as she tries to entertain herself and continue to educate herself and not find herself in too much trouble, while also making sure that you guys stay young and fun. And that is where you find yourself, deep within the study. Tell me, Leshka, what are you studying right now?
Oh, I mean, probably. I mean,
Anything you want.
recently he acquired a book from a friend about talking about the weave and the intricacies of casting magic, especially at higher levels. So he's deep in his thoughts of this novel and
Yes,
kind of contemplating.
I do believe the book was called String Theory 101, correct?
Yes, correct.
Understanding the weave. It's after the semicolon.
You are deep into String Theory 101, and you are a very intelligent dragonborn. But it is a little bit interesting for you, as it's like someone who's done the thing. You know, it's like someone who has like written poetry, then went to school to learn about how to write poetry.
Mm-hmm.
Where you go from the very experiential learning that you're used to, and the learning by doing, to the very academic side of it, where things are just worded a lot more philographically than they need to be, and everything is just
Great word.
thank you.
Is that a word? Philograph?
I have no idea, but it's a good word.
Well,
There's
yeah,
the word
yeah,
filigree, and so I would imagine
Ah.
filigraphically is a way of saying that like things are written in a philographic sense.
All right.
I don't know if that's actually how that works, but I'm
I
going.
don't care if it is how it works. It's a good
but
word.
now it is philograph. Philograph. Okay.
I don't know how to say that. Philographically.
Philogrant on Twitch.
Philogrant. Yeah, there you go. Philographically. Nice.
It's interesting to you because you understand what he's talking about, but it's not how you would describe it. It's not how you go about it. And, you know, we can get into the semantics of the differences between wizardry and sorcery and how they cast magic and how they get their magic and blah, 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 and all the academic side of it and the political side of it and the philosophical side of it. But who really has time for that? Except it's you, Leshka. You have all the time in the world, and you have this amazing library. And so you do find yourself debating these different things. In fact, you find yourself currently writing a paper. Not per se a contradictory paper to it, but more of a mirror to it, a way of seeing things, the same things through another lens, in hopes of allowing for this very academic book to be more palatable to a different audience, if that makes sense.
More approachable.
Leshka's he's writing his doctorate essay right now.
Basically, you kind of are writing like a doctorate or like a high-end research paper at the moment. You being a high-end man within the academic world. Blix lounges next to you before she turns over and just kind of pouts. Leshka, I'm bored.
What? Sorry. What was that, Blix? I'm terribly sorry. I'm distracted in my studies here.
Bored, and she shapeshifts into you at this moment, and just continues like writing things down and being very cartoonish with it. What's the word I'm looking for? Caricature. Yes, a caricature.
Caricature.
I can say philographically, but I can't say Caricature.
Caricature.
Caricature. Thank you.
There you go.
Character.
Yes. I need some entertainment.
Well, okay. Now, first of all, that is not here. Leshka like walks over and kind of like grabs the hand and the paper and like kind of guides her through writing. It's like this is more accurate to what I'm actually doing. Come on.
She just scribbles through it all. It doesn't matter. We've been here for like 6 hours, and you promised to take me dancing.
Oh, has it been 6 hours already?
More like
Leshka,
7.
Leshka looks at his watch.
His metaphorical watch that doesn't exist.
His metaphor. He looks at his.
You look at your wrist sundial.
My wrist sundial. I find a window.
Get the light
Get
to
the angle right. You know.
Edward has a watch.
Yeah, J.R. Collins, baby.
J.R. Collins.
There you go. All right. We can. I suppose a break would probably be a good idea for me anyway.
Perfect. You go and you put your bookmark in the book before closing it, and you see Stitch 3 101. What was it? A Guide to the Weave, Aaron?
Yeah.
A Guide to the Weave, written by Avarice Triplets. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Ooh. Alrighty.
Watch, he's gonna like
Let
crit
my
and then
name
DJ's
break you
whole
out.
plans fall through. Just like, oh, I'm dreaming, or whatever is happening. I'm still not sure.
All right.
To the podcast listeners, Aaron is chugging a half gallon of milk.
Chocolate milk. All right, it's thematic for stream. It's a meme.
That's funny.
21 for the wisdom
Okay.
save.
Very nice. Just so, also for the podcast
Fromage.
listeners, I'm wearing shorts, and I just had to de-stick my thighs from my leather chair. That was
Stop describing it so vividly.
No. Definitely, you can go farther in. Just for the podcast, though.
Just for the podcast,
Oh.
not for the.
Drew, cut this out for the actual stream.
Yeah, I will.
Unfortunately,
For the
DJ
podcast,
didn't have
especially.
Just
it.
leave it in the podcast. Yes.
How sticky are your thighs?
If you were
Well,
to
here's the
rate it
thing.
1 to 10,
Here's the thing. Here's what people don't see is behind the camera, I have a massive studio light right there and a big old ring light right there. And my room already is a lot warmer than the rest of the house. And then I have this blazing light on me. So I get
Yeah.
very warm very quickly. That's why you
He just
normally
has
see
those
me start out
incredibly,
with
some would
layers.
say, rigid thighs.
So, all I'm saying is I get very warm very quickly because of the way my setup is.
So not
my
hamstrings, clam strings.
my thighs are, for lack of a better word, we'll say moist.
Ew.
I'm going to say it right here.
That.
This is the best segment. This is the best bit we've ever done.
We're talking about
We're
DJ's
never
sweat
going.
on
There's
his
no up
leather
from
chair.
here.
There is no
There's
up
no
from
up.
here.
We've peaked.
So, since
Liddy
we have
wasn't
to
even
come
here
down
to see it.
eventually from my moist thighs, Leshka,
Stop.
what
Oh my
did you
God.
what did you get on your wisdom save?
21.
21. Avarice Triplets, for a moment you look at that with a bit of confusion, not really remembering per se a man by the name of Avarice. A recent friend gave you this book, but the author is not someone that you remember meeting. But at the same time, you do remember another mage that you are faintly aware of. Your mind shifts to a memory of a man named Adolar Clave. Oh, sorry, Crave, not Clave.
Like the cereal.
Adolar. What was that?
Krave.
No, Crave.
Boom.
Like the regular word crave.
This is not sponsored by Kellogg's.
The only thing that I can is those thighs.
Stop. No, this can't become a thing.
This is the fuel for the thighs.
Clam
The
strings.
knee J is connected to the clam string.
Clam strings. The clam strings connected to the. No, we're not going there.
Once we get to feet pick DJ, we'll ascend.
That's when we'll start
Send
making the real money.
Wiki feet charts.
This It was DJ Footprints.
Adelar Crave,
Mm-hmm.
the High Mage
With a
of
C.
Wisteria Vale.
I know this guy.
Ooh.
Vaguely,
The plot thickens.
you vaguely remember a memory from what seems like forever ago. Almost, you're not even sure if it's real. It's fuzzy and distant. But you remember Adelar Crave, and he needed your help with something. But whatever it was, he couldn't do it himself because it would almost be treason for him to do what he asked you to do to his country. Before you snap out of it and find yourself looking up as Blix is staring directly at you, blank, motionless, in almost this frustratingly like death-like state.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you snap out of it and step back up to her, she instantly livens back up to her bright, expressive personality.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going?
Yes. Lead on.
You guys step forward, and Blix transforms from her typical. She typically stays around you in one of her main forms, which is, if I remember correctly, kind of an amber-skinned elven woman with long blonde hair, something along those lines. Sorry, Hannah, if you're watching this.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
It's been.
Blix can have a hair change.
I mean, she can
if,
literally look like
you know,
anything. So
Yeah. Oh.
Like,
Whatever she's in the
It's
mood
been. Let's
She's a
see,
change.
for. It's
Changeling.
been
50
So
something
many
episodes.
years.
So
yeah, it's been like a year.
it's been like
and a
50
half.
episodes since we saw.
Yeah, it's been a
50
while.
weeks since I looked at you.
She goes from her normal complexion to that of her being very dressed up, or at least a lot more than she normally is. She always dresses extremely nicely, but she goes to that of something for like a ball or a night out, stuff like that. And you guys go about your evening. Yes, Leshka. You gonna dapper up yourself, make yourself a little fancy boy.
Metagame stab her in the back right now.
I
You
thought
know
you
you're gonna have
said-
to.
I mean,
thought
that's
you said
true.
dap her
Drew
up,
does know
like-
that. I was gonna cast Disguise Self on myself, but I don't actually have Dispel Disguise Self. That would have been a really easy way for me to get to be
Leisure.
wearing something real dapper.
Dapper.
Just tell your shift weave to shift into black. Oh,
Thanks.
you
Anna.
don't have that.
Thanks.
Oh,
I appreciate
yeah,
that. buddy.
oh.
Honestly, though,
Oh,
I
man.
would
Get it.
would like
I
to get
don't
some of
get
that.
it.
That's some cool stuff right there.
Oh,
I mean, if
Nice
we have a
Pop-Tart.
moment, I'll put on something kind of nice.
Yeah, you go.
He changes his shoes from loafers to dress shoes.
Your estate is
Lester
just a
doesn't
little
wear
ways
shoes.
off the library. He's a dragonborn. He's got the backwards feet thing.
Backwards feet?
Yeah,
You know how like lizards have like backwards feet?
No.
Like their knee goes. You know how like the back legs of a horse
Oh,
go
the
backwards?
knee. The
Yeah.
knee is inverted.
Yes.
Like
You know,
a horse.
the heel
You
spot.
can still wear shoes with backwards knees. I just want to point out.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. This is a bad example. It's not that his knees are backwards. You know how like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, how like they like walk on their toes and then their heels
Yeah.
are really high? That's what it's like.
Mm.
You can
Or
wear
you get some,
spats
some toe socks,
like Donald Duck.
Anyway,
Some
doesn't have
slippers.
shoes.
clogs. Wait, those would probably be bad.
You go and you get dressed, and you and Blix go about kind of a grand old time. You head down. Your library is at the top of the hill, along with your estate, and you head down to the town. You enter into the event hall, where on a typical Friday night they are having a grand old party, a very lively time. When you guys enter, the whole crowd kind of smiles and erupts as you guys are very fond and popular amongst these people. And you find yourself in a crowd of academics, scholars, scientists, mages, people of high society, people that enjoy intellectual conversations, that enjoy the experimentations of life and science and all these magics and stuff like that, along with just some of the more common folk as well who have risen to high statuses through business and stuff like this. Smiths that have developed a reputation for high-end ornaments and armor, stuff like that. Politicians that have risen through the ranks, people of importance. And you have a grand time. Yes, let's go.
Blix definitely leads in the dance.
Oh, of course, naturally. You guys have mastered the art of her leading while making you look like you're leading.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Because
it's really great.
There's a couple times Blix hides it really well, but there are a couple times that Leshka accidentally like steps on her toes because he has, when it comes to dancing, he basically just has 2 left feet.
Well, I mean, they're like 3 toes, so if
2
we're going
left
off of
feet,
T-Rex
6
logic,
toes, no shoes, backwards knees. The list
man
goes
was
on.
not meant to do the Viennese waltz. All right.
He's out here like on his knees, like.
What knees? He's just sitting down
His
at that
legs
point.
Are going backwards.
The little kick thing, he just raises his feet.
No. He still does it. He just does it backward. You know, instead of leaning back and kicking forward, he leans
he's leaning
forward and kicks
forward.
back.
It is a danger zone everywhere you go. People are just
Every
dancing like,
breath
whoa,
you
and the foot
take.
comes across. People have died.
Triplets.
Oh, God.
You
Tell
find
me
yourself.
I get to attack him.
You find yourself in this dance hall, dressed in your
Black tie.
your black tie. I was gonna say black and white. That's not right. Your black tie. And enjoying yourself as you dance with. You don't even know her name. You're just dancing with someone.
Not uncommon.
You know. But you quickly come to your senses as you realize you make your memories of the last thing that you remember being that of entering into the cave and then falling through the abyss. And now you're here, knowing that Talanasha is not real, that Yorick was not real. You look at this woman that you're dancing with, and you look with eyes of recognition, seeing through the disguise. And as you look at her, she looks back at you, and instantly the eyes deepen and darken, and the
Can I
fangs
play it
sharpen.
off real hard as though I don't notice this?
You play it off, and she stares back at you as her nails dig into your hands just ever so slightly, causing little pinpricks of crimson to show before she relaxes and returns to the dance. Go ahead and make a perception check for me, Triplets.
Oh, thank God.
While
You
this
know,
is
those
happening,
things that I
Leshka, you
encourage
have
about.
Blix really actually has swept you to the center of the dance hall as a small circle has formed around you guys, and you are doing this beautiful, elegant dance in front of all your friends and your colleagues and your peers.
Are we just Beauty and the Beast right now?
Yes, 100%. You're Beauty and the Beasting. You were dancing all your hearts away to your heart's content. Yes, Triplets, what you get?
14.
Okay. It's not terribly difficult. As you begin to play it off, you guys are kind of directed and socially crowded off to the center to create this central circle. You look past whomever this woman is, and you see the familiar face of Leshka dancing with someone that you are not aware of as well, but you do see Leshka dancing away in front of you.
I will do the very professional, traditional, like, so it is time for this dance now end. Like, you know, the like body language of it's been a blast, but man, am I parched. And I will say, forgive me. Would you like a drink?
That would be lovely.
Fantastic. I will bring her with me to the drink stand. I assume that there's a classic punch bowl situation.
There's actually a full open bar. You see the bartender There's a couple of them. There is a punch bowl on the center of the bar for just simple drinks, and then anything past that you can request from the mixologists behind.
I don't want to talk to anyone else. But I will kind of absent-mindedly pour both me and her a drink. I will not drink this.
Okay.
But I do see Leshka.
Yeah.
What clever magic do I have? Oh geez, booming blade.
I think thaumaturgy would be a great.
That's a cleric garbage, dude. What do you think I am?
Although
don't have that prepared.
I mean, if you had message, that would be helpful.
That's some Renaya nonsense. All right.
Perhaps sending.
I do combat. I could very secretly.
Why don't you just use
okay,
a
now
hand
here's a question.
signal,
Here's a question,
right?
Aaron. How familiar is Triplets with the Orcish combat dance?
I am actually fluent. I studied with the orcs.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm
for
asking.
a very long time. Actually, well, it wasn't that long. It was like a couple of years.
That's pretty long.
What's the lighting situation here?
Ornate. Lots of chandeliers, lots of candles,
Like
floating
fire?
candles. Sure, there's some fire. There's some candles
Okay.
going on.
I will attempt to use my favorite spell, Control Flames, to like make a candle that's in the room that is like in Leshka's line of sight. Do like just like flicker rapidly and change into a whole bunch of colors.
Mhm.
And then if I see him notice that, I'm going to start just maneuvering which candle I'm choosing until it eventually ends up one behind me.
Okay, I like it.
Trying to
Leshka,
lead my gaze, so to speak.
Yeah.
make a perception check.
Okay. Will do. Ooh, that's a natural 20 for a
Nice.
total of perception for a total of 21.
Nice.
Wow.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Me?
Yes, you.
Oh, again? Okay.
Yes.
Again, I'm rolling again. Okay.
Come on, Lesh King. You got this.
Ooh, I don't suppose I would have advantage for any reason.
No.
Okay, great. I fail.
Oh, what's the
shoot.
number, Drew?
A natural 1.
Oh, nice. See, that's important. That goes to the counter.
That goes to the counter.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. I apologize.
Leshka, you notice behind Blix this pretty honestly a fairly beautiful display of colors as this little candle flares for a second and shimmers with this rainbow of colors and effects. You notice it, and Triplets, you do notice that he notices it as he looks past Blix.
Nice. I will make. I can also make shapes appear in the flame. I'm gonna make an arrow that points to the next candle, and then I'm just gonna do that till the one behind me just points directly downward. And imagine it like this super, like the movie scene where the person's like everything's blurry, and then as their vision passes by, there's just one person not moving, staring directly at them.
Directly at them. Yes, exactly.
Like very like nonchalantly holding a cup.
It's very, James Bond and his rival at the poker table, like staring directly at each other as they know that that's why they're at the party, but they just haven't made their ways to it. Yes. Leshka, you follow as these flashing arrows of flame begin pointing from one candle to the next, before the candle points directly down at a face that you do not recognize.
I'm staring at you intently, as though I definitely recognize you.
Okay. I will. Is the song close to being finished?
Yes. One thing you do also notice as you stare at Triplets, you stare past Blix over here. You stare past her. The song slowly coming to an end, but you are jostled for just a second as clawed fingers grab the bottom of your face and pull you back towards looking at Blix. At which point it immediately changes, and your demeanor immediately changes back to the love that you have for your friend and your colleague, and this this kind of interesting life partner that you found yourself with. The song eventually ends, and
Goldfinger by Smash Mouth. Wait, no, Smash Mouth. No, that was just wrong.
What?
Just
No,
keep going.
Goldfinger is the name of a band.
Yeah, the band. I know. I know. Superman by Goldfinger.
I'm a Superman.
And that's what I was trying to say. You
bow
can
ever
continue.
so slightly to Blix as the song ends, and the crowd politely claps for you before your attention shifts back over to Avanthy, a man you do not know, a creature you do not know. But go ahead and roll a insight check for me.
Insight check. You know what?
With disadvantage, please.
With disadvantage.
Get wrecked.
Why disadvantage?
For unknown reasons.
Can I negate it
A
by
mystery.
reading people's minds?
No.
Okay. Oof.
He's
well,
rolling.
that was a 17 and a 4. So 5.
Perfect.
Nice.
As you approach, you quickly realize the intentions of this figure, one that you do not recognize. A man who has somehow found himself at a rather exclusive event, who has pulled your attention away from your friend, and whom you truly believe can only have nefarious intent.
You're not wrong.
Lovely. This is great.
But you not being one to shy away from a challenge,
Sure. Yeah, of course. I mean, come on.
you approach.
Yeah, I'll approach, and I'll like on the way I'll like grab like 2 drinks off of a tray table like of like a waiter who's walking by, and I will approach and offer one of the drinks to Abinthy.
I'm currently holding a cup. I see you offer me a drink, and immediately go, much obliged. Just grab the other drink. I haven't touched a drop.
As you take the drink, Leshko will say, I couldn't help but notice you seem to desire my attention. Might I inquire as to who you are and why you seek an audience with myself?
Who I am, a question that has been asked many a time, and many an answer has been given.
Hey, by the way, DM, I'm at this moment I'm gonna cast Detect Thoughts. By the way,
Okay. You cast Detect Thoughts, and you find yourself almost feeling like you're intoxicated in this fuzzy-like state where you can't quite think clearly. You cast Detect Thoughts, and you detect nothing.
from anyone?
From me?
From well, tell me, does Detect Thoughts target one person or multiple?
Well, it's an area around me, and I can it just lasts, and I can just keep shifting my focus onto different
Yeah, so you
people.
can only detect one thought at a time.
Yeah.
But he can like switch it around until
Yeah.
he chooses one to delve deep.
Okay. It seems as if this person in front of you has somehow shielded their mind, and not only shielded their mind, they have gone so far as to penetrate your mind to incapacitate your ability to look into the minds of others. You almost panic for a second as this constant in your life of being able to get the upper hand ever so slightly by just knowing what the other person's thinking is now stripped away from you from this almost opponent across from you.
Fight. Yes. Yes. Indeed, you reminded me of someone that I knew once, I believe. May I ask who you are? I assume that you are someone of great importance.
The name is Leshka Nazir.
Excellent. And who was the fine companion that you were dancing with?
Uh,
Them I do not know.
She is a friend of mine.
Well, great. That didn't give me a lot of information.
Well, I do believe there's a question that I have asked that you have not answered either.
Oh, of course. Most would know me as Triplets the Traveling Tailor.
As you say Triplets the Traveling Tailor, that is not the words that fall on your ears, Leshka. You hear the Mage Slayer of Avarice Hill.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That's different. Ooh.
You hear the Chestnut King.
I hope he's at this party.
The
Is he at
Chestnut
this
King
party?
is definitely at this party. You see on one of the tables, there's a much smaller crowd also dancing. It's a
Like
large table.
literally smaller? Like
Yeah, like no, like there's just a table,
size?
and then like just
There's a
little
table
tiny
off to
people.
the side, and then there's little people from the Undergrove who are
Not
partying
lit-
on
not-
the table.
Have you
like
seen
tiny
Zootopia?
people, like inches tall. We're talking.
Yes.
Have you seen
Just to
Zootopia
clarify.
with the
Like
little
the people
vole
of-
wedding?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
It's like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's canon now.
It's canon.
like Lego people.
Yes.
Do-
People from the Undergrove, like 3-inch tall
Okay.
people. Yes, they are here.
So DM,
He's a
do
chestnut,
I
the king is.
what do I know of the Mage Slayer of Avarice Hill?
Oh, go ahead and make a history check for me.
Okay.
Aaron's like,
Aaron looks
I
disproportionately
hate all of
happy about
this.
this.
Dude, I'm on a-
17.
oh,
it's interesting. In your mind, you know him as a murderer,
Mhm.
traitor to, a traitor to your friend, Adelar Crave.
Oh. Oh. Ooh. Interesting.
I'm on the edge of my seat here.
I've been sick for like 2 days. I'm on that like post-sick high, so I am so sorry.
Interesting.
I am acting up today.
No. It's so far it's been magnificent.
Oh my goodness. I stand jauntily leaning on my cane.
Confidently leaning on the bar.
And why might you be in a place like this, sir?
Truth be told, I don't know. I didn't exactly intend to be here. Did you?
Well, yes, some might say this is my party.
Oh my goodness. You throw a fine party. I couldn't say anything about the drinks. I haven't had a drop.
It is very lovely. My favorite cask of ale from a mountain tribe of dwarves not far from here.
The Coors Light Mountain.
Oh god, Leshka would drink Coors Light. That watered down son of he's just gonna drop the facade. Do I think that Leshka's an actual person?
Make a make an either an insight check or a perception check, whichever
Well,
you.
let me tell you, I am average at kind of both at those. I'm actually the exact same level of skill in both of those.
Nice.
Come on, baby, big money, no whammies. That's a whammy. 13.
It's really hard to tell. You're not really getting signs from a yes or a no. You kind of feel like you might have to experiment to figure it out.
That's okay. Well, never mind. We're not dropping the facade. I don't want 1,000 gosh dang spiky hand people to murder
Smart
me.
shadow zombies.
Plus Leshka, don't forget Leshka's there too.
Yeah, you would have been one of the spiky hand murder people.
Oh, no. Not spiky hand.
I do say. I don't suppose, perchance, you've found any spontaneously large pits nearby. I remember falling through one.
DM, do I recall a spontaneously large pit nearby?
Wow, that's heartbreaking.
I was just messing with the pen and it broke. No.
No? Okay. No, there's no pits in this area. Like, like that.
That's incredibly unfortunate. Or maybe it's incredibly beneficial. I'm not quite sure.
This place is the pits, bro.
Well,
You are very strange, man.
I could say the same to you. I should probably take my leave. Unless... Spiky hand person say what?
Well, Leshka,
Did I
what
get
do you
him?
say?
Did I get him?
What do you say, Leshka? What's your response? Play this
okay.
carefully.
DM, is my detect thoughts still going?
No.
No. Okay.
I've been talking for over 10 minutes.
Can I attempt to create a? Do I want to do this? I mean, probably.
Do it.
Just do it. Cast that spell,
TJ
bro.
just
Do it.
transformed
I would
into a
like
boy
to.
band.
I would like to create a mind link with Blix, wherever she is.
Yeah, she's across the hall. She's mingling. She's what's the word? She's making the rounds.
Mm-hmm. Well, I will tell her, Blix, when you have a moment, could you perhaps find me near the bar?
In an instant, she seems to appear next to you.
Oh!
Yes. You needed me, Leshka?
Does that strike me as
Yes.
odd?
No.
Blex is never on time.
No,
What have
it
you
seems
done with
completely
the
normal.
reflex?
You called and she answered.
Well, that just messes up my entire thing. I was going to say goodbye to Abinthy and have her trail him.
Conveniently, she doesn't appear.
Do you tell her this?
Well, first I
Maybe convey some plans since you said, hey, when you have a moment, meet me at the bar.
Yeah, and I'm not at the bar yet.
You are at the bar.
Yeah, I'm
You
at
are
the bar.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
We're all at the bar.
I thought we were
Leshka.
at the door.
Aventhy's
actually.
wasted
To be
behind the
honest.
counter.
No.
Not
Aventhy is leaning on the bar. You guys,
okay.
you approached him at the bar.
Edward. Edward is
Well,
just lying on the
Well,
ground.
then
Go.
then I don't do that. I apologize.
Okay.
Then I would
Okay.
just.
Yeah, rewind.
Shoot, wait, I don't even remember where Leshka and Abinthy were in the conversation.
You left off where he said, "Spiky hand person, say what?"
Say
And
what?
Leshka didn't
Like
say
real,
anything.
real fast, real quiet.
I mean,
Yeah.
does that spark
Pardon me.
anything in my brain noggin, DM?
Sure. Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
I hope this is a wisdom saving throw to see if he says what or not, because
What?
that seems fair.
See if he says what. That would be a 22.
Okay. You hear this bait and hook.
The classic
And-
play.
You contemplate it for a second, and in your mind you go, "What?"
What?
But you don't actually say it out loud.
Yeah.
thankfully. But in your mind, as you kind of look around, you begin to see ever so slightly, out of like the corners of your eye almost, as you survey the crowd for just a second. Once they got to your peripherals, the facade seemed to fade just a hair as these creatures that lay behind the faces of your friends and your colleagues and your associates almost for a second is revealed. The deep, dark pits, the fang-like teeth, the claws, but only for a second, just enough to instill doubt. At which point, in that second, yes, Drew. You do not have a moment.
You're too busy dying.
You see, in this moment, as you're maybe in just a second, but
Okay.
in that moment, as you begin to look around, the crowd slowly begins to stop talking,
Oh dear.
and they all turn to stare directly at you,
That's just
almost in unison, just staring at you. What are you gonna do?
Do I greatly notice them staring at me? Does it feel
as
wrong?
all of your friends just stop and stare at you, almost for yes.
I have something I would like to do.
Yes.
I will only kind of noticing the fact that everyone has stopped moving and is staring at Leshka. That's like subconsciously there. I'm aware of its presence. I'm just, we'll deal with that in time. I'm going to feign that I like trip. I'm going to lean real hard on the cane. And it's going to like slip out from under me. I'm going to fall into Leshka and do the thing where I like catch him like on the side and my mouth is just right next to his ear and I go, Leshka, none of this is real. We are in incredible danger and we're going to have to kill everyone that you know, probably in the next 30 seconds. I apologize. This seems rather abrupt, but we're going to have to absolutely go in.
Does that snap me out of it, DM?
Yeah. So no. As Leshka falls into you, or Abinthy falls into you, he starts whispering this in your ear, snapping you out of whatever trance you were in, whatever this was, and the crowd immediately returns to their mingling, their talking, all this type of stuff.
Nice.
Good. Your Abinthy's voice in your ear, and it sends you back. Sends you back to an office. Not too long ago, you find yourself sitting next to this person, Abinthy, this mage slayer. As you look across at Grotz, him explaining how, while he would not be able to help you, his sister, Glacia, would know of secret ways to enter into Sigil. And maybe through reconnecting with her, you might be able to achieve this goal.
Okay.
It snaps you out for just a second. And at this moment is when Triplets kind of finishes his, I know this is going to be really harsh, this is really sharp, I know you weren't expecting this, whole 9 yards, before you snap out of it. What would you guys like to do?
Thank you so much for stopping me from cracking my nose upon the earth. Good sir, shall I take my leave? Would you mind escorting me out of the building, perhaps? I'll offer an arm. An old man like me could use a strapping young lad like you.
We're like basically the same age. But yes,
wink aggressively.
Leshka will, he like it just kind of in stride. He'll just like put his arm like hook his arm through and like offer it to as support for him, and I will oh boy.
I will have you make one more wisdom saving throw for me.
Okay.
Dead.
I'm scared.
Grant's like, I remember when I got to play Dungeons and Dragons.
This is the best case scenario for me. I am loving this.
12?
Just watching you guys. It's awesome.
TJ's like,
You find yourself arm in arm with this mage slayer.
Mm-hmm.
And for a moment, there's almost a sense of camaraderie. As a fellow academic, you're reading his book. You are almost respectful to him.
Mm-hmm.
And then you remember Adelar Crave.
Mm-hmm.
And how this man is his enemy, your friend's enemy, therefore your enemy.
Mm-hmm.
And as you do, the rest of the crowd begins to turn one by one this time, face by face, starting with those closest to you and slowly moving to those farthest from you, before Blix suddenly appears by your side, hand on your shoulders, Leshka. Leshka, do we need to take care of this problem?
Dad,
I'll
I'm
have you guys
scared.
roll initiative.
Dad, I'm scared.
I'll have you guys roll initiative.
you're scared. You're scared.
I'm loving this.
This is awesome.
Okay,
I hate this. I hate all
So
of this. This is my
the
worst
goal
nightmare.
is
You got this, guy.
on
this is, like-
initiative
like this is
to roll
Drew's,
above a
like-
10 for me.
This is what Drew hates most about D&D.
Here we
About-
go.
The mind messing with and all that.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
That's it,
mind
baby.
games. Oh yeah.
What you get for initiative, Drew?
The
Oh, she...
8.
8. Okay. Triplets.
32.
Oh.
Well,
You
that's
rolled a
good.
19.
Trip. Blix. Lesh.
Shout out to Faye on that one. You're my hero. Your dice carrying me through this
Triple
initiative.
Good
Yeah.
job, Faye.
You're arm in arm with Leshka.
Mm-hmm.
You look at him.
Dimension
He looks
door's
at
out.
you.
Dimension door's out. Get us out of here.
He looks at you.
I don't have dimension door.
And you look past him as Blix has her hand on Leshka's shoulder. And in an instant, you recognize all of them. Every single one of the guests in this party go from their beautiful, well-kept demeanors and faces and skin to the decaying, decrepit, deep voided eyes, long claws, sharp fangs. As they all stare at you, aside from Leshka. What are you gonna do?
Oh, well, seems like Leshka's fine in this situation. Like, he's
Can
not in
confirm.
any danger.
Can confirm Leshka
how
is not
far-
a shadow.
How far is it to the door?
I'll say 60 feet.
60 feet, huh? That's what we're going with?
Yeah.
I mean,
What
that's
is
a
the
dash.
farthest creature from me?
Leshka, who's in your circle, arm in arm, and then Blix, who's on the other side of Leshka.
No, like the farthest one.
Oh,
Like
I'm
in
sorry.
the whole room.
Farthest. I don't know. The whole room is probably like, we'll say 300 feet.
Oh,
room.
shoot. But the
Big
door's like
room.
60?
Yes, you're close to one end of it.
So is there a creature next to the door?
There's a few. There's a couple guards.
Okay. A
Like
few is better
bodyguards.
than a lot. Shoot.
Dang.
I'm really good at moving other people. I'm not really good at moving myself.
You do
Did I already
notice that
use
Leshka,
that?
in his eyes, views you as an enemy at the moment. Just so you know.
Look, Leshka's not my concern.
Just-
I am my concern.
Just making sure that all the information's on the table. Leshka doesn't like you at the moment.
I'm
Great.
just saying, I've succeeded 2 out of my 4 saves. That 50% rounds up, DM.
Kind of, except you're not seeing what you remember at the moment.
Well,
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
gonna
see what I remember.
massacre the people at this party. So I think that illusion's gonna break pretty quick here, or it's going to get much worse. I'm just gonna double check to make sure that there isn't a convenient better spell that I could use here, like a. Oh my God, is it time?
It's time.
Is
It's
it time?
definitely time. Oh,
Is
it's
it time
I
for
don't
the
know
spell
what
that I
time for,
didn't
but
think
it
that I
is.
could use earlier? Fantastic.
Also,
I'm-
Drew, just be prepared if you have any like reactions or anything like that.
I'm going to cast Globe of Invulnerability using my staff and just make a bubble around myself.
More globes.
Drew, do you
just-
have
I'm just
counter
gonna
spell?
shove
Just
him
out of
out of there.
curiosity. I'm just curious.
Globe of Invulnerability.
Well, let me see here, DM. I do believe I possess counterspell.
Okay. No.
Are you gonna use Doom like that?
I mean,
Ju-
I according to the DM, I view this guy as an enemy.
I am an
Yes.
enemy.
That is just what I wanted to clarify. You have to think of this as PvP for the moment because that's what it is.
Aaron, I'm
This
gonna
is
beat
player
you.
versus player.
Okay.
Anyway, but
So-
I cast counterspell.
Counterspell.
Oh, but then to clarify, I only do it at 3rd level.
Okay.
Counterspell, 3rd level.
Great.
Great.
That's right. We can both play that game.
I figured you would.
Sweet.
um,
I need to remember I gain a charge.
and
Yeah,
mark off your
baby.
spell slots for all
Yep.
of you.
One counterspell down.
Triplets, you quickly realize the severity of your situation and the danger that you find yourself in. Immediately casting your globe of invulnerability, putting yourself in your little bubble to buy yourself some time. At which point, Leshka goes out and reaches through the weave to try and pull at your spell. But you being one to fight mages is kind of your thing.
It's kind of the title.
You immediately counterspell his counterspell to prevent his spell from going and allowing your globe of invulnerability. Yes, Leshka.
Just to clarify, DM, this wisdom save that I'm making, is it for the equivalent of a charmed or frightened effect?
No.
No? Okay.
That was a good try.
I have
That's down.
another question.
Yeah.
Can I now just roll my way 30 feet towards the exit?
Still a hamster ball.
Just gonna hamster ball my globe of invulnerability towards the exit.
I'm curious. Can you do that?
I mean, yeah, you can roll around in it.
So
That is awesome. It's literally just a hamster ball of protection.
To clarify, it does say an immobile, faintly shimmering barrier
Boo.
springs into existence in
No.
a 10-foot radius.
I'm just saying Scanlan did it in Critical Role, and so I think that should make it doable.
Well, it's a shame this is in critical
Oh,
role.
well, yeah, that was a good shot.
Cool. Yeah. You are stuck in your bubble.
I'm okay with this.
So
In that case, yeah, I'm done. I don't have any movement. You can go take
should
whatever
change.
dumb turn you want.
This will take us to Blix's turn. She's going to claws out. She's going to rush forward and slash away at the ball, which I believe doesn't do anything, right? There's no like.
No,
reaction
it's
to the
a
ball.
any spell fifth level or lower cast outside the. Oh, maybe does it just work against spells? Did they change that?
I think it would prevent her from.
It's a faintly shimmering barrier.
Any spell 5th level or lower.
But it
cast
never
from
mentions
outside
anything
barrier can't
about
affect
creatures.
or objects within it, even if the spell is cast.
This spell
using a
is
high
so
level,
much worse than it was presented as.
Such
Welcome
as
to the part of
spell-
the
Let's
Beaver
see.
Dungeon where the DM looks through the book he owns.
Shimmering barrier
What time?
springs into existence. Any spell of 5th level or lower cast from outside the barrier can affect creatures within it, even if the spell is cast at a higher using a higher level spell slot. Such a spell can target creatures and objects within the barrier, but the spell has no effect on them. Similarly, the area within the barrier is excluded from aerial effects by such spells.
Doesn't mention anything about people.
Huh.
I guess it's DM
Well, this is
rule
dumb.
then.
That's
What's the point of this?
very interesting.
I need to read these spells better.
She rushes forward, and Triplets, for a moment, you're like, okay, bought myself
I haven't
some
used
time.
this spell in years.
Okay, we're
You don't
good.
fight many melee people.
What the heck is going to happen? And then Blix just rushes through the barrier and slashes at your throat.
Now you try.
Does a 21 hit?
Hold on. Let me do some quick math here.
Quick math. Emphasis on
Math.
quick.
Let's see. Okay.
He's looking in his book.
No.
He's-
Ooh,
I have a 22 at the moment.
very nice. She goes forward, and you're just like, as you back up, and her claws just barely miss. This will take us to Leshka's turn. Leshka, you see your friend rushing forward to attack this enemy who is now stuck within a globe of invulnerability. What would you like to do?
Now to clarify, Blix doesn't normally just slash at things with claws.
No, she does not.
Where's the fun in that?
Okay.
And you do notice that she has like a faintly hellish-like complexion.
Complexion is hellish.
Okay. Give me un momento, por favor.
No, take your time. I'm fine.
I have a feeling this will take more than a moment.
Let's see.
How are you
That's a
feeling
good name
about
of
this,
a
DJ?
song.
I'm
More than a
feeling. I'm
moment.
feeling very good,
I could not be more happy with how this session has been
dude.
going.
I've been having a great time. I think y'all are killing it.
Now,
Good job. This isn't scripted, by the way. It's all
does
improv.
this seem somewhat suspicious to me at all?
Maybe a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. Okay.
Not enough to sway your current positioning, but just a little bit. You're kind of like, huh, that's kind of weird. Anyway, there's a mage to slay.
See, here's the slaying like made like that just feels that doesn't
Oh,
that's
come
not
on,
even
kill
Leshka's
kill
thing.
the wizard.
Like,
Kill the tailor.
Oh, it's not Leshka's thing. It's almost like you're being mind controlled or something. Wow, that's crazy.
see, DM, if you're gonna make it the illusion that I'm making decisions, then Leshka's gonna make logical decisions to him.
Leshka, okay, fine. Don't slay him, but take care of your enemy in whatever way Leshka would.
Yeah, just
Do
saying.
it.
I'm not gonna slay.
Strike me
Yeah,
now.
I
but-
like
It doesn't
that.
In
matter.
your anger, you will grow stronger than ever before.
See, here's
Do
the
it.
problem: is that
Do
that
it.
glimmer of vulnerability makes it so I can't do anything.
Do it, Leshka.
That's not entirely true.
I mean, I
He's
can't
a
cast
man.
spells at him.
Well, you can cast some spells.
Fireball.
Anything below 5th level or below it doesn't affect you.
Your 1 6th level
Do
spell slot can mess me up.
something. Drop a piano on his head. Anything you need to do.
Drop a piano on his head.
I'll accept
True.
it.
It wouldn't stop
Actually,
it.
that is fair. Actually, you know what? I'm going to cast telekinesis.
Yes.
Okay.
Throw me towards the door.
I'm gonna cast telekinesis, and I'm just going to. Is there a piano by chance?
Yes.
Love this. I'm
Yes.
so happy.
Yes, there's 100% a piano. There's a man currently at the bench playing like dramatic music, and then the piano just picks up.
Okay,
I'll throw him with it.
I'll pick up the piano and throw it at him.
Real quick, odd or even, bro?
What?
Odd or even?
Even.
As you hastily cast the spell, trying to come up with a creative solution to this issue of the global invulnerability, the piano rises up,
Mm-hmm.
and perfectly in alignment, the bench, along with the man playing the
Heck yeah.
piano,
It's
rise
Beethoven's
up
the
with
fifth.
him, and they all go flying towards. As he continues to play the piano, as he's being hurled towards Triplets. This is very interesting. Triplets, go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Oh, thank God. Oh, my greatest of skills. To be
Let's
fair,
see.
I could
Let's
do
see.
worse.
Drew, just because I'm curious, how many d10s do you think a piano's worth?
Ooh.
Does it have rules for telekinesis in throwing things?
I have no clue.
I feel like it should.
I think it has a weight
Pianos are
limit.
pretty heavy.
I think it has a weight limit of like 500 pounds or something like that.
Well, I can. Okay, so if I'm lifting an object, I can lift up to 1 ton,
Oh, yeah, you're good.
Easy.
You're good. You're good.
and then I can automatically move it up to 30 feet in any direction.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all it says.
Okay. Yeah. You guys happen to be you guys are closest to the bar, and just off from the bar is where the piano is, so it's coming from what would be your left side, right? This is left L. So you guys would be within 30 feet of it. You chuck this piano. Like I said, just group in general. How many d10s do we think a piano's worth?
What is a strong 4?
I was
I'm
gonna
gonna
say. I was
say
gonna
a
say.
strong 5.
I was also gonna say 5.
So here's
Well,
my
that's
reason.
better than what I was gonna say, because I was gonna
Well,
say 10.
Dog,
See, okay. See, here's the thing. I don't think a
Chain
piano.
lightning deals like
I was gonna say,
10d8, dude. A bolt of plasma.
I was gonna say, not even fireball does that much damage.
And he can do that like every turn for the next
Okay,
10
okay.
rounds.
I like
40,
5.
40. Okay, 5.
I'll allow
I like 5.
I mean,
I'll
Beethoven's
allow
the 5th is what's being played, so
That's
it's
right,
only
that's
natural
right.
that there would be 5.
The 5th d10 is coming from the piano player.
Bang, don't screw me.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
17.
Drew, what's your spell save DC? Sorry, I interrupted. Sorry.
My spell save is 17.
Okay. Half damage. Yep.
Okay, so you take 39 half to 19.
Ow.
You take 19 points of bludgeoning damage as you dodge Blix and then turn. Your spidey sense goes off, and you turn and you roll out of the way as this man just clips your shoulder well enough to do a good amount of damage. You're pretty sure that might be like a dislocated shoulder or something.
Maintain concentration.
Quick question, DM. Does the piano happen to hit some party guests? Do I
So you
do I
wiped
see
out your building.
do I see that?
Don't worry, Drew.
No.
I'm gonna solve your problems.
No. Okay.
This will take us to. Oh, actually, are you gonna do anything else with your turn, Leshka?
Nope.
Okay, great. Triplets.
Fantastic. I have now collected myself. I am going to drop my concentration on that dumb spell that sucks. Never using that again. I'm going to cast haste on myself. This time just actually using the spell because I already used my thing that I spend a 6th level spell slot on. I'm going to use my hasted action to disengage.
Okay. You
I'm just
back off
going
of Blix a little bit.
I'm just going to run to the door.
Okay. Because you have with haste, you can use your bonus action to.
I use my hasted action to disengage.
And he just runs. He just
because
runs.
that's one of
60
the things I
feet.
can do, and it doubles my speed.
Okay.
So I have 60 feet.
I
so
knew
I just
somehow
run to
you were
the
gonna
door.
get extra speed. I just couldn't remember if it was like disengage was a bonus action, so then you get an action to dash, or what. Perfect. It doubles-
Haste is a wonderful spell that just does a whole bunch.
Yes. You book it 60 feet.
I don't think I have a bonus action. I'm double checking.
Mhm.
But I'm pretty sure that I don't, because haste is a whole action to cast if I don't cheat,
Yes. It's a
Um,
full action.
which is dumb.
And then you used your hasted action to cast to disengage.
To disengage, and then I
and
run.
you use your movement.
And I don't believe I have a bonus action. So I stroll past the guards and I say, "I'll be back, Leshka." And then I open the door and just close it. I just step on the edge, close it.
Yes.
You okay. You
I
turn,
turn
around.
around. There's a whole army.
There's just the whole village. No, you turn around. Would you like to do anything else with your turn?
I'll just lean up against the door and hope and just try to hold it when they inevitably attempt to break it down.
I'd like to point out that spell that you used was worse than the green bubble in Crash Team Racing,
It really was.
which is super cheap, by the way.
Blix turns to you, Leshka, it being her turn. We will hunt him down. Let's go. And she goes and she sprints forward.
Dang, Blix.
As
chill.
the rest of the party also begins like sprinting forward. Leshka, what are you gonna do?
Well, I mean, I'm not that far away from the door,
You're 60 feet from the door.
so I'll move 30 feet,
Okay. You
then-
catch up with Blix.
and then with my telekinesis, I would just force the doors open.
Dang.
Question: Are
Uh,
these push doors or pull doors?
If you were to close, they would
Hey,
be pushed from the inside.
As a reminder,
Osho would
I
say
think-
that they should be push.
as a reminder, Aaron, I
Leshka would
I
have to
have
push
1
them
ton
open.
of force behind my mind right now.
I'm pretty jacked.
Leshka, go. Well, we'll do it this way. I would like competing strength checks. Leshka, use your intelligence score, and you have advantage.
Can it just be my spellcasting modifier?
Yeah, sure.
Makes sense.
That makes sense. Triplets, make a athletics check
Okay.
with disadvantage, please.
And this isn't a strength save, is it?
No, this is an athletics
Okay.
check.
I'm incredibly gifted with athletics. I'll have you know.
I believe in you.
And Leshka, you're making an athletics check with your spell modifier, right?
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm rooting for Triplets here. I don't think he's gonna win, but I'm rooting for Triplets.
Okay.
I
And
think the
Leshka's rolling
audience
with
is with me, too.
advantage. Triplets is rolling with disadvantage. Perfect. Okay, good.
I've got a strong number coming for you. Good one. It's a real good one.
I'm excited for the 3.
8.
Nice.
Well, I rolled a 17 on die, so
Nice. Triplets.
Yeah.
You
Everything.
holding the door, and for a moment, there's a quiet before the storm. You think maybe they just went back to their party.
I immediately tense up because I know that they didn't.
You tense as you are launched from the doors. Thrown, we'll say probably like 20, maybe 30 feet
Yeah,
forward.
by
That's quite a
the total.
distance.
The
That just
total
gives
is a
me more
28.
distance.
True.
Just in case. That's
Yeah,
more.
yeah. You were launched 28 feet, but we'll round that to 30 because it's D&D. Yeah, you're launched 30 feet forward as the doors swing and crash open. You hear Blix call, "Spread out and find him."
I'm just right there.
Just
As
on the
the
ground.
party begins to exit. They only can move 30 feet or 60 feet at a time. So they basically get to the doors. Leshko, would you like to do anything else with your turn?
No.
Okay, great. Triplets. You are 30 feet from the doors. You're in. This is like a modest town. There's probably 20 to 30 buildings with like thatched roofs, whole 9 yards. There's the event center, which is kind of like their main like town hall. There are little pens for goats and sheep all around. Everyone has their own like little personal crops along with the farms on the outside of it. There's little places with grass. There's pathways, whole 9 yards. What would you like to do?
So what I'm hearing is they're all generally grouped up at the entrance to the building.
Yes.
Okay, so this is a spell
Oh,
that
no.
I never wanted to cast because it's just not a triplets spell. But at this moment in time, triplets doesn't get to have preference here. Triplets just has to live.
This is no longer
Um,
fun.
So hey, we're resorting to the good old wizard basics.
Woo!
It's fireball time, baby.
Fireball.
So I'm gonna use it from my staff,
Okay.
Which means it's gonna be cast at 5th level. Yeah. So it's a big one.
Okay.
Specifically, let me scroll to the spell real quick. I just want to make sure that I got these numbers right. It's a 20-foot radius sphere.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna put it just
On the door.
on the entrance to get it. I'm just assuming that the whole 40-foot diameter is filled
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
They're gonna have to make a dex save.
Okay. Let's go ahead and make a dex
Or-
save. I'll give you
I'm 30 feet from the door.
It's true. He didn't move all the way up.
Oh,
He
you
only
didn't
moved
move all the
30.
way up. Perfect. Let's go.
That was the
crowd
goal.
Just like buds past you and destroys. That's a 7.
Okay, so they're gonna take 10d6 fire damage.
Yes.
Nice.
Solid. Well, this is.
Does the death of everyone you've ever known snap you out of it?
I think we'll see. It's either going to snap me out of it, or it's going to just really make me want to hurt you because you're just proving yourself as you know,
The enemy.
Abbott
To
the
me,
Mage
that's a
Slayer
win-win.
of Avarice Hill. You know.
Look,
That's a
I can only
win-win.
look. I'm trying to live here.
It's either more PvP or they work together.
See,
and
here's,
either way
here's
is
and
good
here's
to me.
but see, here's the problem. Abinthy wins that fight every time.
No,
Abinthy
I'm
is
pretty
the
wasted
maybe.
right now, dog. I've been running for my life. I've used my 6th level spell slot already.
On a bad spell, by the way.
So, so that's going to be.
He's rolling. He's doing math. You can see the gears churning
Does
slowly.
Blix get caught in this?
Yes.
I'm just gonna make sure to just really screw her over. Fulminating Tome. I'm gonna add an extra
Okay.
damage to her situation.
Okay.
What is this tome? You can do extra damage to a target?
Hold on, I'll explain it in a bit.
Okay, yeah, you're doing math. Just trying to fill in the dead space is all. Drew sneezed. Bless you. Can we get bless yous in chat for Drew sneeze?
Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Maz, thank you. I see you there, buddy.
Whoa, you're talking to him from the past. That's so crazy.
So everyone will take 34 fire damage, but Blix will take in a total of what's 34 plus 7? I'm bad at math.
41.
41, and then I'll also take my 2 charges that I have to add an additional 12 to that from my
To
power
Blix's?
surge. Yeah, to just Blix.
Yeah, so she takes
Really
50.
just gonna make sure that I kill your best friend.
Thanks, buddy.
Look,
That's
you
where time
gotta go
falls.
big or go home.
Look,
okay?
Drew appreciates what you're trying to do. Leshka does not.
Look,
Leshka.
we'll figure it out.
You see it coming for just a moment. Well, actually, I should say, do you reaction counterspell?
I don't know if he's in range.
Well, isn't it 120 feet?
60.
Oh, it's 60 feet per counterspell? I don't think you'd
Plus,
be.
we can't afford to counterspell after all that math.
I think you'd be just out of range.
Well,
If
see,
it's-
okay, so here's the thing. Leshka is smart enough to know he can't stop this because even if he does counterspell, his counterspell would just get counterspelled again.
Okay.
It's a good point. And
What I'm
that's
here
just a
for.
wasted spell slot at that point.
So
You know
really,
that the death of your friends
it's
really
it's,
just needs to happen so you
it's-
can save yourself spot
it's
to
this,
avenge them.
Well, no,
Got
but
it.
it's well again, it's like it's this moment of dread. He can't stop it. Even if he tried to, he is unable to stop it.
Abinthy is
Oh, would
inevitable.
Leshka try?
Teaches like
No.
use
What would Leshka
No,
do?
no, he wouldn't.
No.
Okay, I'll remember that for
Can
later.
I thematically explain how
Please.
Fireball works?
Please.
It's a yellow ball of yarn.
Triplets will pull out his staff and plunge it into the ground and then stand back and look through the eye of the needle.
Nice.
And then he will turn his hands and then twist, and you will see threads sprout from midair like vines in the middle, and then they just light on fire, and it's just a ball.
Oh, that's
pretty
way
sick.
cooler.
Leshka, you see it coming as this eruption and torrent of flames goes launching towards you. You throw yourself off to the side as all of your friends erupt in flames.
Nice.
They burn, they scream in agony, and in that moment, their true forms are revealed in the shadow of the flames. Their darkened eyes, their fang-like teeth, their claws, their decrepit skin, their aged life forms reveal themselves. Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw with advantage for me.
Please don't blow the dog. I'm running out of spells, bro.
18.
Okay.
It's pretty
In
high.
this moment, you realize that it's not the Mage Slayer of Avarice Hill that you're facing, but it's Avinthy Triplets, a friend and comrade to you who somehow you've been blinded to for whatever reason. As you hear the screams and the whispers of these creatures, their true forms begin to be solid as they turn to face you, now realizing that you see their true forms. They launch themselves forward at you, but crumple at your feet as they burn and decay. Before finally, the only one that's left is Blix.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
In this horrifying visage as she stands there, unmoving, unscreaming, and silent, staring directly at you as you watch through the flames. As they flicker, you see Blix's face and the true face as it flickers in and out. As she slowly burns and decays and dies, staring directly at you. Before eventually she too crumples. And behind her, you just see Triple Wits staring through his needle. And with that, we're gonna go ahead and take our break real quick. We'll be back in just like 10 or 15 minutes.
Grant, we are glad to have you here.
After
I
the
hope you
break,
guys are enjoying
I'll
this
be
so
there.
far. It's kind of a little different. I'm having a blast.
I hate this.
So good.
It's great, but I hate it.
But yeah, we'll be back in
Wow.
like 10 or 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy the slideshow. Enjoy whatever we end up doing outside of the slideshow. Have a great time. We'll be back. All right. So we are back. Leshka, you find yourself staring at Triplets.
Uh-huh.
What would you like?
I'm fully snapped out of the thing.
Yes.
Okay. I immediately rush out to him to where he's at,
I prepare for combat.
and I just give him a huge embrace.
Ah! Oh,
I
is this an attack?
I am so sorry. I did not recognize you for some reason.
You're sorry. I just murdered like 50 people.
Well, I
people.
think we both know those aren't actually people.
But trust me, it can be I know very well. That can be rough.
Right.
I just came from my own strange
how
dream
did you-
reality.
So you said you fell in. You've like went like what? How did you get here? You fell through.
I fell through a big hole in a mountain.
I look
It's a
around.
long story. It's not.
I look around for a big hole.
Make a perception check. Either both of you, or one of you with advantage.
I'll give you. Well, hold on.
You go ahead.
I got it. Okay, I got it. I thought about it for a second. I was like, wait a second, it's Leshka.
It's Leshka. His powers of perception are limited.
I have a +0 to anything wisdom.
That's
Nice.
a 19.
Okay. As you mentioned the big hole, you do hear a slight creak over in the distance as a door
Prepare for combat.
opens
Okay.
and there's a black abyss beyond it.
Oh, never
Lovely.
mind. Now, I don't want to start you. Did we have any other members of this group? Was it just us? Or were there were other people, right? I don't know why we're here, but
Does Leshka remember any other of the party members?
You remember that there's Grant. Well, feel free
between
to
the rows?
Yes.
You mean like Edward?
Yes. You do know of a man named Edward who has traveled with you and spent time with you.
Yeah.
had
Like
camaraderie and
I
hired you.
remember Edward. Like I
Yeah, and
traveled
you know
in the
that-
past with Edward.
Yeah. You recognize that any false memory that I gave you was false.
Uh-huh.
Although you do know that the kind of unknown memories that you have,
Uh-huh.
or things that
Like the stuff with
with Adelar Crave and all
Yeah.
that type of, that's all true. Those are all actual memories, but you both don't have them. You have the individual ones that you were given.
yeah, they're true things, but they're not my memories. Interesting. Okay.
Well, no, it's your memory. It's just that you, like Leshka, you remember Adelar Crave.
Mm-hmm.
Triplets doesn't. Triplets
Yeah.
didn't get that.
Ah.
Guys have
so
to
we
get
both don't know the same stuff, but we do
Ah.
remember what each happened individually in our dream.
Uh-huh.
Yes, you remember what happened in your dream, and you
Okay.
remember the kind of the weird memories that came forth,
Okay.
and you remember your actual past and stuff like that.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But-
So I don't mean to startle you, but if we were in fact traveling with any other people,
Mhm.
we're going to go through this doorway,
Uh-huh.
and we are going to end up in someone else's dream.
Uh-huh.
I don't know Edward that well.
Uh-huh.
How much of a freak is he?
Well, from what I recall in talking with Edward and the others before, he used to be a noble,
Okay.
and well, I mean, he
Are
still
his
is a
parents
noble,
alive?
I guess. But like he had like a very sheltered life, and then like
Very sheltered.
but then like he was very abruptly taken out of that when he met Tarak and the rest of the party, and like it like
This is the exact environment that raises a freak.
and like
Okay.
and like he yeah, and like was just very unhappy for a majority of the adventuring, like the beginning of the adventuring with the party, and then he kind of grew to like them, I think, hence the fact that he stuck around this long.
All right, so this is going to go on for a while. I
And
have
then
another
he
question
really
for
like
you.
it, he learned to enjoy the the power dynamics of different types of play, you know.
What are you talking about?
Okay, I have another question. Are you a gambling man?
I mean, back in my day.
Yes or no? Because I'm taking bets right now. I'm thinking that we end up in a dystopian cityscape where for some reason it's also mixed with like a nudist collective. I don't know why, but I feel like that's just a big part of it. I would almost guarantee you, have you ever read a comic book?
DM.
You're from a library.
There is yeah, sure, okay, yeah. There's
only
comics.
one comic book in this world. It's
Yes.
just one.
It's for a man called the Pied Piper.
Yes, I've read the comic book before.
It's not going to be anything like that. Let's go.
Do you just run in? Do you just ignore him?
I'm like, I slow the jog, kind of like, what else is there to talk about?
Okay. Before we just jump into this unknown, I do have a couple questions.
I slow
So
my roll.
what happened? What happened before you jumped into the hole?
Nothing of any importance.
Okay. Do I believe him?
I
DM?
woke up. I
He's like that.
realized I was in a dream. I fought off some scary stabby hand people, and then I jumped into a pit.
Deception.
End of story. It's a boring one. We don't need to delve into it.
I rolled a 12.
Insight and deception.
Come on.
Roll a one.
Triplets, I'll give you advantage because you're not technically lying with the thing you just said.
Hands. Ooh. Can I get better? No, I can't get better. This is what, deception?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I'm not proficient at. 18. That's a +0.
Yeah, so no,
You're-
I don't.
you- yeah,
I,
you're
I, like,
well,
I,
then- well, then-
yeah.
All right.
I rolled too low. Right. Well, just because
Why?
I'm
Did something
curious.
important happen in yours other than me killing everyone you ever knew?
Do you happen to know a man named Adelaire Crave?
History check.
I'm going to give a strong probably not with an 11. But then again, question, because I am relatively related to the situation. Would I gain any benefit?
Also, do I know in the context, like, did Abinthy kill Adelaire Crave, or did he just betray him?
No. So what you know, and as I will explain, so this is what you got.
Mhm.
You got Adelar Crave,
Uh-huh.
the High Mage of Wisteria Vale.
Uh-huh.
You then got
Uh-huh.
Mage Slayer of Avarice Hill,
Uh-huh.
therefore making him an enemy of Adelar Crave.
Okay, great.
You didn't actually get
I don't
there's
know
no
any more
relation-
context. Yeah. Yeah.
well, no. What and even what you're doing is you're extrapolating.
Mhm.
Is what's happening in the dream, in your fuzzy intoxicated state. You extrapolated, you made the connection that because he's the Mage Slayer of Avarice Hill, he must be an enemy of Wisteria Vale. You don't know why, you don't know anything about either of these two places, but in your extrapolated state,
Okay.
you knew that he'd be an enemy, so you don't actually know if any of that's actually true, but you do know that Adelar Crave is the High Mage of Wisteria Vale.
Great.
Aaron, what
Yeah.
did you say you get? You got a 12? Roll with advantage. Yeah, you're relatively
yeah.
close to the situation.
Thanks, DM. Okay, better.
13.
I went to a different page. Hold on. Let's see. This is history. 21.
You think back, and while you don't remember meeting Adelar Crave, you have heard of him. He is arguably, he could arguably be a rival in levels of power, comparatively to how you used to be, especially during that time.
Mhm.
Potentially one of the trainers, but you're not really sure. but you've never personally met him. His reputation does precede him, though.
So while Abinthy ponders, he's going to reach in to one of his pouches, pull out a little jar that's basically filled with something that looks like a combination of icy hot and Vaseline. He's just going to be eating it like Winnie the Pooh out of a poo jar. So I'm going to use some Kjoftum's
A honey jar,
A honey jar, specifically.
not a poo jar.
A poo jar.
Winnie the Pooh, little honey jar, whatever. I don't care. So I'm gonna heal some health because I'm in pain.
Winnie the Pooh is public domain, by the way.
It is.
Well,
They're making a
only
horror
if he
movie.
doesn't have the red shirt. Winnie the Pooh without the red shirt is public domain. That's a very important distinction.
Oh, is that true?
Yep.
Oh, okay, cool.
Rank starts editing the photo on the other screen.
So Winnie the
he was
Pooh in a
saying-
blue shirt with a honey pot.
Yes, I know of it. For the life of me, I can't remember what the name is that you said. I'll be 100%.
Adelar
honest.
Crave.
Adelar Crave. Yes, I knew. Well, I've heard of it. Him. That name. I've heard of the name.
Interesting. All right. Well, perhaps
Adelar.
I suppose we should.
And I know his relationship to Wisteria Vale.
Yes.
Yes. So it's the doorway,
Well, I
right?
suppose yes, we should make our way through and hopefully find anyone else that we've been trapped in here with, wherever we are.
Yes. Hopefully, no one. Maybe we'll just wake up, and
Wake up,
we'll
maybe.
be totally fine.
Otter.
You guys begin to make your way through the door, and you step through and immediately have that same sensation of falling through a void.
This is normal.
Edward. My
Yes,
dear
Mr.
sweet boy,
DM.
Edward.
My dear sweet boy, Mr. DM.
You've been so patient. I'm so proud of you. Thank you.
Dude, this is the best case scenario for me. I'm having a great time. I just have to
It's like
watch.
I have to do the least amount of work possible. I only have to do like 30 minutes of role play. All I have to do is stay awake.
go.
That's all I have to do.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Edward,
Yes.
you find yourself with your eyes closed, but coming to consciousness. You feel your silk sheets of your bedding, the comforting weight of your comforter, and you turn over and reach around the warm, comforting body of your wife, Tiala.
Oh? And then he says, "Good morning, sweet."
She gives her hair is pretty messy as the early light comes in, kind of a nice good tangled mess. She stretches as she's actually wearing one of your shirts at the moment. It's a little bit baggy for her, but she's wearing yes.
It's funny.
Face, bro.
It's funny.
We
I-
can't look at each other. It
Here's
should
the
not be
thing.
allowed.
Here's the thing, Grant. We gotta be able to roleplay this stuff. Come on, get intimate with me.
It's
Get
DJ
intimate
mentally.
with me.
Do it.
What do
I'm
you want me
your
to
wife.
do?
I'm your wife, and I'm wearing
I
your
kiss
shirt.
you. Come here, DJ.
My
The
job here is
romance
done.
between DJ and Grant has come full circle.
Yes.
Full circle.
Fanfic
We've been,
writers,
we've been waiting
get
for
on
this. We've
Yeah,
been waiting for
she's
this. since
waking
junior
up.
high.
You know,
Yeah.
stretching.
She stretches and yawns before laying over and just giving you a quick kiss. As she then turns back around and basically just falls back to sleep. It's too early.
Of course, that's always how it is.
At that moment, you hear another small yawn as your son, Mel, probably about 3, maybe 4, a small toddler, kind of crawls up from under the sheets that he kind of got buried under,
Whoa,
and
hello
just kind of
there.
like rubs his eyes.
You're up awfully
he,
early.
he has a very round, boyish complexion, obviously being a child, with lots of thick, dark brown curls, much like yours, and kind of a playful demeanor to him, along with his mother's eyes, your nose. He's gonna be like the cutest kid ever, you know. He's your strong nose, her beautiful eyes, his thick hair. He's like man's swooning women at 4, you know. He's killer out
Oh, interesting.
there. But he just kind of rubs his eyes. You've never heard that before, Drew? This is a very normal thing. This is a very normal thing.
Okay.
Anyway,
Continuing.
Look, people love babies. All right.
people love babies.
It's
and kids,
true. It's
children,
true.
you know. But he kind of rubs his eyes. Dad.
Oh, yes, what is it?
awake.
What? What'd you say? What'd you say? I didn't understand you, DJ.
I know. I'm sorry. What?
Just say it again.
I am saying it again.
This is what happens when we leave you two in a
Yes,
room
you
alone
Can't
together.
take Grant
Sorry.
anywhere.
Sorry, what was it?
DJ's
Sorry,
dying.
what did you say?
He's
I
dying.
didn't catch it. Still waking up.
Hey guys, just so you know, Thursday table.
So
We'll be
yeah,
talking
join us
all
on Table
about
Scraps.
it.
We will talk about this
I-
episode.
I am never trying to roleplay with Grant again. Oh my gosh.
Some of us from this episode might even be there to talk about the episode.
I'm literally
out of the
crying.
past.
Holy crap.
Okay.
Yeah, we will also be announcing a Grant's resignation from the convention.
Resignation. All right.
Why are we awake?
Oh, well, I always wake up this early. You don't have to get up now if you don't want to. Mother will
Okay.
stay in bed, but if you'd like to, I'm going to go down to the kitchen and make some tea. I know that you like tea.
I like tea.
Mm-hmm. Want me to carry you? Okay. Edward gets out of bed. He has to like maneuver in a weird way to like avoid his child.
You have to swing your leg over your kid. Yeah.
And then he gets out and he like what's the hold called when they're like
A German
hugging?
suplex.
No. Okay. It's like kangaroo-ish. No, that's not it. He just
Koala-y?
koala
Koala.
kind of, yeah. He
Yeah.
like is carrying his child, right?
Yeah, he wrapped
And
his
he
arm around you.
He'll walk to the kitchen
Mhm.
and he'll kind of set his son down, set Mel
Yeah.
down.
Mhm.
And he'll bend down and he'll say, "Would you like to help me prepare the tea this morning?"
Uh-huh.
Okay. Edward gets the little jar of oolong loose leaf tea. He gets a little
loose leaf?
sachet.
Heck yeah.
He gets a little sachet and hands Mel a little tablespoon. He says, "Okay, remember, you put 2 scoops into this little bag. Can you do that?"
He scoops it and gets like a massive scoop. It's good.
Mhm. It's best if you try to get it level with the top of the spoon. That's a bit much. Just shake a little off. Perfect. Just like that'll do. Good job. Now just
Yeah,
dump
dumps
it
it
in.
in.
Dump it in the
Gets
and
gets
then
another
more.
one. Just for context, as you go through this state, you are moving through the Fellows' estate. This is your estate in Athala, fully restored.
Oh my
brought up to
gosh.
its former glory,
Oh.
now inherited by you, as you realize that you are leaving the master suite, the suite that was once your parents, and making your way into the kitchen, where Charles would often prepare some tea. You have your servants' quarters over a little ways. You know that in this situation, Miefendil does live with you, but she has an in-law cabin that you built on the back of the property. And so she stays there. Yeah, an in-law suite, I think is what they call it. And yeah, so you go about
Awesome.
making your morning's tea with your son.
And I have more I'd like to do. So
Oh, yeah.
after we brew the tea, well, now we go through the whole process, right? Pour the tea, and we head over to the little table
Mhm.
or whatever. I'm assuming it's a table.
Yeah, there's a little
And-
like circular like breakfast nook type table.
Could it be one of those things where it has like pads on the ground, so we like sit cross-legged? We're like at the little like
Yeah,
lower table.
100%.
I like
I love
those.
it.
They're
I love it.
classy.
Cool.
They're sitting there, and Edward, as he's pouring the tea, he just says, "I know how much you like stories. Would you like to hear one?"
Yeah.
All right. This is a story about. Is it? Is it?
Oh,
good?
it's hot.
It's hot. Maybe wait a bit. Blow on it if you need to. Very good.
Nice roleplay.
This is a story about me, actually. Going to tell you a bit about me and your mom. As you know, I grew up here in this very estate, this very room. I've drank tea as a boy, just as you are now. Well, when I was a bit older, I went on an adventure, as you know. And it was a great adventure where I met people who were the likes of gods in certain ways.
What's a god?
Heroes. Oh, a god is like a very powerful and respected creature that helps when they need to help, or sometimes they don't if they have better things to do. We're not gods.
What's respect?
Maybe we'll save that for another time.
Okay.
Well, I traveled with these people. There was Cather, Tarak, Renaya. There was also Melora and Havel, who aren't around anymore. Neither is Tarak.
Where are they?
They left.
Oh.
But we all still love each other. And well, as you've heard of
like
in
you
the
love
other
Mom.
stories, kind of. I love your mom a bit more, I'd say. And well, you've heard the stories of Oclaron and Athala and how they got overtaken by terrible monsters.
Mm-hmm.
And you've heard the stories of how Dad went with these people and helped.
And conquered the world.
Yes, but well, not the world. It's more like we saved it. But remember, it wasn't us. It was the orcs, and it was thanks to Tarak that the orcs were on our side. And so after that, I was given the task of helping build Athala back. This
With Uncle
very
Tarak?
place we are now. No, unfortunately. Tarak wasn't there for that part.
As you begin to tell this story, Tarak is not dead.
What?
Tarak is alive in this reality.
Whoa.
Uncle
okay,
Tarak
okay.
is someone who's met your son. He's taken him
Interesting.
through some of the rituals that Orcish traditions inscribe about bringing children into this world and all this other stuff, while also like very much not breaking your child. You know,
Okay. Yeah.
it's been good.
Then Edward says, yes, with Uncle Tarak. However, he works more alongside working with the orcs, who are very misunderstood, but have grown to be friends with many of the people here in Oclaron. Now, after Athala was saved, me and my friends who helped Athala all kind of went different ways for a while, and we didn't see each other, and it left me feeling a bit lonely. I'm sure you've felt lonely before.
Like when you go away to go work on your music and Mom has to go shopping, so I'm left with Grandma. That's a
Just
little-
like that. just like that. And, well, I really didn't like feeling lonely. And sure, it was nice seeing Tarak from time to time, but things weren't the same. But I met someone while we were trying to save Athala. Someone who was brave and beautiful and talented and well-spoken and intelligent. Someone who left your father speechless even though he's quite good with words. And well, after the war, she went back to her home, which was very far away. But they kept writing letters to each other. And eventually, Tiala, whose mother, came back. Yes, Mom. And ever since, I haven't felt quite as lonely. I feel like I found my home because I didn't have a home for many years after I left. And now I'm back here, where I used to sip tea as a boy, but now I sip tea as a man. And maybe one day, you'll find somebody, and you won't be lonely anymore. And you'll be able to sip tea
and be
tell
a man.
your story, and be a man, and tell your story to your son. Yes.
At which point, you look up and you see Tiala just kind of like leaning in the doorway, watching you two. And when you notice, she goes, "You don't have to stop singing my praises, my love."
Oh, I never will. I held my tongue. I didn't want to bore him.
I'm sure. At which point she goes over and she pours herself some tea, and she's fully dressed at this point. You would know that she has an occupation as a military advisor at this point with Quran's military. And so she's forced to get up fairly early to go attend meetings and stuff like that. You, who retired from politics about 5 to 6 years ago, now that Oclaron has kind of really gotten its feet under it and has moved forward, you now spend your time creating muses, creating music, writing down stories, writing history, stuff like that, doing all the things that you really wish you could do with your time.
Yes, and writing stories for the public to read.
Yes,
about
100%.
Oh, that's so cool.
You are a prized and renowned author within Oclaron and the surrounding countries. Your wife is an important official within the country who loves her job.
I like this, Edward.
Great, exactly. But Tiala leans over and she goes and she gives you a kiss on the forehead. I'll be back a little bit later today. I have meetings that are going to be running a little bit longer, so don't wait up for me. Before she goes and she grabs a biscuit and she makes her way out the door.
Edward says to her, I love you until next time in Elvish or something like that. Something sweet in Elvish, you know.
She gives her typical response, whatever that would be, something along the lines of "my heart aches until the next time" or something like that.
Our improv is so good when it comes to romance.
Hey, I've done great with several other people. You make me nervous, okay? You make me a little nervous, you know.
It's me? Oh, okay.
At which point you and Mel are left to your devices. Over across the way, as the camera pans over, Leshka, you find yourself in a it's really interesting. You find yourself in your suit and tie, your big old tails, the tails of the suit, not like a dragonborn
Yes,
tail.
not my. I don't have a tail.
Yes, but your tails, nicely pressed as you find yourself getting ready for your day, being a butler amongst the Fellows family. Excuse me, Triplets. You suddenly find yourself outside the estate in the flower beds as you are de-weeding some of the flower beds, quickly realizing that you have found yourself as the groundskeeper of the Fellows state.
Yes.
I hate plants. Like, what do they even do?
So, of the three of you, what would you guys like to do? Yes.
After
okay,
you two. I
Okay,
mean,
well, are Leshka and Triplets still aware? They're
yeah,
not.
you're 100% aware of what's going on.
They're
All of
not-
a sudden, you're like, why?
Why am I wearing this?
Huh? Why am I
Okay,
wearing this?
Do I have?
And then you realize in your dream that you are the butler.
Uh-huh.
You have it's a weird kind of thing where you have both memories,
Uh-huh.
where you have like the last 2 days of memories of you being a butler and serving and everything like this,
Uh-huh.
while also you have the reality of you being Leshka and the great member of the Scholar's Guide and not a butler.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Edward will open a kitchen window and start playing like lute and singing some songs with a son that his son kind of knows.
His
just
son
so-
has a little tambourine that he's banging off beat.
Yeah, just to set the scene. So like, theoretically, if they get nearby, they'll be able to hear that we're like singing together and whatnot. That's what we're doing.
Okay, first I'm going to I don't see Triplets, do I?
No.
Okay, I'm going to cast Sending.
Okay.
And I'm just going to two Triplets. Triplets, where are you at? I'm in a mansion estate thing. Apparently, I'm a butler here. Meet up at Edward's music office place? Question mark. Okay, bye.
I'm in gardening hell. These plants don't do anything. What is the point of growing them? I'm a gardener, apparently.
You have 5 words.
Yeah.
We'll see you there soon.
Nice.
Most
And
of
then
that
I
was
start
just
making. I
complaining
start
about plants.
attempting to
Yes,
make my
he
way.
spent 20 words complaining about plants.
I start making my way towards the sound of Edward's playing music.
Okay.
I have
Yeah.
no idea where I am, so I'm just going to walk in.
Okay. Yeah, you come in from there's kind of like a mud room. So you come in through the mud room. At which point you can hear Edward singing with his son, who's terribly playing the tambourine. Unfortunately, Mel did not inherit his father's innate or astute level of musical talent.
That's okay. Music is about expression, and that's what I always tell
That's
him.
right. That's right.
I hate
So
you.
But you can hear that in the distance. As you're looking through the mudroom, you do see Leshka walk across the doorway as he's making his way towards the door.
Oh, there you are. Yes. Okay.
I'm wearing overalls.
I'm wearing a 3-piece suit.
This seems incredibly unfair.
Just change your clothes. You can do that, right?
I don't know. I'm in a dream. I haven't thought about that. I think that I shift weave literally anything but this.
Yeah. What? Okay. It turns into a dress.
Done. Thank goodness, this is much more breathable.
Even better. Actually, it's not a dress. It's a traditional Scottish kilt and all the adornments and everything too.
Yes.
Which means you have no underwear.
I look at this and I go, did you know that the kilt was originally devised because it was easier to hide knives within its pleats? I have taken full effect.
Seeing this happen, Leshka thinks to himself and tries to will his clothes to change into his normal robes.
Make a let's see. I'll have you make a charisma check. Make a
Yes.
persuasion check on the DM.
This is Leshka's time.
$18.
Sure. You will it to change. You flex, and you're still in your 3-piece suits.
Uh-huh.
But it goes from being black, classy, very traditional black and white, to a like navy pinstripe. It's pretty ballin', not gonna lie.
Oh yeah. Any time that a clothing, anything to do with clothing happens, Triplets senses it. And so he, in mid sprint, he stops and turns and says, "Did you have a shift weave this whole time?"
Man, that was
And
really,
if
that was
and
really
if
cool.
the answer is yes, did you choose to have a zoot suit? Because if so, I applaud your choice.
No, I don't have shift weave. I wish I did. I just got jealous of you and tried really hard because it's a dream.
How hard do you wish for one?
At this point, Edward,
Because I can make those dreams come true.
Leshka puts a hand on your
Yes.
shoulder and he just says, I greatly desire this.
We consolidate in fashion. Onward!
And they keep going.
A Scottish kilted man.
Consolidate in fashion.
Straight up a zoot suit, blue pinstripes show up at the door. Edward! You're in terrible danger! The daffodils are dying!
oh my gosh, Edward,
I love you so
Yes.
much.
at this point, this is typically when you would call for Leshka, you know as
Mhm.
Linnaeus, to go take Mel to Niefendel so you can go off to work.
Yes, unfortunately, it has reached morning. The sun is nearly at full brightness. I have to go to work. So
You worked so
Last
hard
guy
on that
sits down
song.
no, it was fine. I was just messing around. He goes, "All right, Mel. You know what time it is.
Daddy, no.
I have to go and take care of the city so that I can come back and so that our lives can be good."
You're not even gonna go take care of the city. You're gonna go write a stupid story.
Oh, well, hopefully if I write a story, it's not stupid. Don't worry. You'll only be with Niefendil for a little while.
Who's Niefendel?
Grandma.
Oh,
Did you forget, DJ?
no, I know who Niefendel
Oh,
is.
you knew?
Your
Okay.
4-year-old son doesn't know the name of your mother. He knows grandma.
All right, well, I'll get Leshka. I know how much you like him.
Linnaeus.
That's what you know
Linnaeus.
Leshka to be.
You know
Oh.
Leshka as Linnaeus.
Well, I'll fetch Linnaeus. I know how much you like him. Linnaeus. He kind
Leshka,
of
you
calls
recognize
into
that
the
this is
hall.
Edward calling to you.
As the two of us are.
Yes.
You're making your way. You're
say,
sneaking up, and then Linnaeus
Perhaps
is
we
calling
should
you like,
play the part. You're a
I
butler.
I
You've
look
worked here
back
for
down at
47
my
years.
pinstripe suit.
This is a new, bold fashion statement, and you own it. Now get in there. I've set the stage. As an actor, you should know exactly what to do.
Yeah, sure. Leshka kind of stands tall and brushes his shoulders off, and all right, I got this. And as he strides in with confidence, and he like kind of like hold like puts one hand like arm behind his back, the other in front of him, like. And as he enters the doorway, he gives a slight bow to both Edward
as
and
you give a
and
slight bow, you
Master-
have a 4-year-old child who launches himself off the chair that was next to you
Oh my.
and grabs like your jowl
Okay.
and hangs.
Yep, nope. All right.
Whoa,
As
whoa,
he- as he-
hey.
he, like,
We don't
starts to,
grab-
like,
we don't grab-
Mel
we don't
and,
grab
like,
the face.
Can take him off of him and just kind of just like holds
Good
him.
morning.
Yeah, hello, Master Mel. As he sets him back down on the ground.
Okay, Mel, remember, maybe next time, try not to grab the face. Just a proper bow or maybe
Going
a
for a
hug.
fang.
For what?
A fang.
You were going for a fang.
Uh-huh.
All right, well, maybe no more of that. It's a bit rude.
Good morning, Master Edward. Hopefully, is there anything else you require of me today?
Well, see that whatever Mel wants today for lunch. That's what is made.
Chocolate.
And he's like, he was saying that and kind of like looking over at Leshka or Linnaeus or whatever. And then he just kind of leans in and he says, "Don't let it just be sweets. Just make something that he likes is all."
Mel looks up at you and
Yes.
it's like, chocolate.
And I suppose
Okay, great.
that'll be all.
Yes, of course.
Maybe
As-
restock the
he'll-
pantry if you
he'll-
notice anything is low.
He'll give a slight bow and hold out a hand to take Mel's hand as they walk start making their way down the hallway. I assume I know to take him to Grandma.
Yes, you're taking him to
yes.
Grandma.
As
And,
I do so, I will mentally send a message to Abinthy and be like, "All right, apparently I have to take the kid to the Grandma. It's up to you."
You walk out the door, and then Mel just looks at Triplets and goes, "Hi, Anne," and then walks by.
Am I able to respond to this message or no?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You could respond.
I will respond. I've got it. I'm going with an accent.
Great.
On the way
So-
out, Edward says to Linnaeus, whatever his-
Nice.
Linnaeus. And he'll like, grab his jacket, whatever. And he'll just say, "I'm off to deal with whatever's in the office. I will be back probably a bit late today. I think they're trying to establish better transportation in the lower ring, and that's a whole thing. They wanted my opinion on it, so I don't know how long that'll take. So I probably won't be back for a while. Try to entertain Mel if he feels lonely." And he winks at Mel, and then he starts heading out.
As you head out the door,
Like heading out, yeah.
I'm going to catch you and say, "Master
hello.
Fellows,
Why? Hello, Aaron,
I
was
don't
it?
mean to alarm you. It's me, your humble gardener."
Yes. We haven't had the pleasure of talking much. Thank you for taking care of the grounds so well. You do an exquisite job.
Well, thank you. But I'm here to tell you that something's wrong.
Oh no! What
The
is it?
daffodils,
You sound
they're
like
dying.
The
You sound like-
daffodils are dying.
What's his
I
Hey.
love
name?
the daffodils.
From what's the musical?
I'm trying to role play here, DJ.
What's the musical? It's
Oh my
Rocky's
gosh!
Horror Picture Show. You sound like the guy from
Oh,
Rocky
yeah.
Horror Picture Show.
So what I'm trying to
daffodils.
say is, I think there might be a sort of gas leak. Have you been having any strange dreams or noticing anything kind of weird?
Roll
Edward
a-
thinks.
Wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
Well done.
Okay.
Please.
7.
Uh, you do remember having a strange dream last night, but much
what was in
like,
it?
but much like a dream, you can't remember.
Well, actually, I recall that I had a strange dream recently. Actually, I can't remember what was in it, but you know what it is like. You remember how it felt. It felt strange, like out of place,
Huh.
I guess.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think you might need to go to the gardener shed. I'm a real
Now?
master at making potions and such. That's why you brought me on.
Yes. Okay. Well, you know I.
It won't take just a little bit.
Okay. Well,
I'm
I guess
losing
it
the
wouldn't
accent,
hurt. I guess it wouldn't hurt to take a quick look. I mean, daffodils, Sneefendil does like those, I think. Do daffodils grow here?
It's better not to question what I'm growing in your garden. I
Well,
don't
if it's
mean
in the
to
garden,
be disrespectful,
let me
but
take
I'm
a
a
look
master of
quickly.
my craft.
I really must go soon, so I'll take a look. If I don't know what's happening, then you're going to have to take care of it. I'm sorry.
I'm
And
gonna-
Edward we'll
Lead him
let
to the
him
garden
lead
shed.
in. Yeah.
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 I was saying-
You lead him out to the property. Just as a reminder of the property, there is the large, very large, very traditional, almost like plantation style house. And then on the back of it, you have a ornate tiled kind of courtyard type situation. Off to the left side, as you exit out, there is the bench where Nifendale still sits many a time as she used
with
to.
wine.
She no longer
Or
drinks
not with
wine. She
Good
has-
for her.
She has and gone sober and no longer needs it as a clutch.
Just
I'm
Instead,
so
normal
proud of the
grape juice.
fictional. I'm so proud of the fictional mom that I have now.
Yes.
The double
And
fiction.
your father is out of jail, really turned his life around.
Is Newgate around?
You
No.
haven't seen that.
Maybe the good ending is that he's like in jail. I don't know.
I mean, he is currently in jail. But
Okay, there you go.
There's still the bench. Beyond that, you know that there is the garden that
Hmm.
you can have almost like a royal. You know how like the royal palace has a garden in the back of it, like the British royal palace.
Yes.
Kind of a
Yes.
similar thing where it has
Rest
that
in peace.
situation. You know that you have the back lining of trees that go all along the back of your property. On the back to the property is where you built the cabin. So now there is a path that leads to the very back of the property where Nifendil has her smaller house, and there's lots of trees all around as well.
Edward, as they enter the garden area, just takes a deep breath in and says to Aaron, "Is it in the world?" That's
Yes.
what we know.
Yes.
That's so funny.
Very
He
convenient.
Yes.
says, "You know, Aaron, thank you for saying something. I don't come here enough, and well, if there is a gas leak, I think it is in my best interest we get it taken care of. They can wait
Good
at the
old
office."
fresh air never hurt nobody. Oh God, I lost it real
Yeah.
bad there.
Or whatever they say.
I'm gonna
Now,
lead him
where
to
do
the
you think
shed.
this is coming from?
As you're led to the shed, Leshka, you are coming back. You're walking down along the property, the pathway, excuse me, coming back from dropping Mel off at Nifendel. When you did drop him off at Nifendel, you did notice that Nifendel, for a moment, had a bit of aggression towards you as that true face began
yes.
to shine through. Yes, what were you gonna say?
Well, I was gonna ask to that point. I wanted to try and perceive the kid and try to understand, like, is he also a shadow? Is he just fully
Sure.
illusion of the dream?
Make an deception check.
Is he a robot?
And it's inside check, you said?
Yes.
Ooh, not great. 5.
Remember, gang. Wisdom
It's
is
hard to
not
tell.
Leshka's.
It hasn't shown any aggressive tendencies,
Okay.
but all you've known is that it's either the real person or a monster, so you're not really sure.
Okay, great.
But you're walking back, and you do happen to see that Abinthy has Edward over by the ship.
Oh, perfect.
And Edward looks very puzzled.
Yeah. Leshka will like kind of slow his pace and wait until after Edward enters the shed before he like kind of quickly like goes over and like kind of like stands in front of the door.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good plan for
Dang.
that. As I open the door for him, I say, "I just need to grab some herbs from the garden. I'll be right there." And you walk
Okay.
in past me.
Yeah, I suppose I walk in, and as I'm walking by, I say, "Forgive me for asking, but where do you hail from? I don't know if I've ever heard the accent before."
It's Jersey.
Jersey.
The
heard
moment
of
you walk
Jersey.
past me as you move towards the bench, I'm just gonna whack you on the back of the head with a shovel.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Grant, make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. That's a 9.
You black out.
Great.
Oh my god.
I'm like standing there with a
like-
shovel.
He just walks past like,
I don't
Jersey,
see
never heard
this.
of that.
I turn, I look around the corner, and Lesh kind of go, "I didn't think that he'd pass out. I was just going to whack him and then grab him and shake him a bit."
It's the whole you hit him and he just like stands there for a sec and then just falls forward.
Face down into. Yeah.
Some,
Leshka
some,
immediately like rolls over. It's like, okay, This escalated very quickly.
Is he
Okay.
dead? Did I
Lester,
just
like,
kill
leans
him?
down, like this.
If
like,
you die in
like
a
he
dream.
hears like Edward breathing still.
Oh my god, if you
Edward's
die in
still
a dream, do you
breathing.
die in real
He's-
life?
Edward's still breathing. In fact, he's just, you know how when you like knock someone out, they just kind of like, they're actually just like asleep if
They're
they're
just-
like
yeah.
knocked out for a while.
Yeah.
He's just like gently snoring.
There's little
Did I
cartoon
take
birds.
any damage?
No.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. He seems to be fine. Now what?
I say we drag him into the shed, we close the door, and then we talk some sense into him, and it'll work out great.
Now, okay, so here's the thing, right? In order for you to break the illusion from me before, you had to like do like a lot of damage.
Do I need to kill his son?
I would be lying if I didn't have a similar thoughts. I have confirmed the grandma
my God.
is evil. The kid, I don't know.
I'd really rather kill an old lady than a child.
I was gonna.
Oh
I
my
figured
gosh.
if we've maybe evacuated the house, we could just burn the house down.
With the
That's
kid
worse.
inside.
That's what I said. Evacuate the house.
How about we try let's tie him up. Try the shaking thing first, and then we'll do some burning and some murdering. It'll be great.
Sure. I'm
Oh my
I'm
god.
okay with this. I'm okay with this in this fictional, dream-like, non-realistic world. We tie him up.
Yep, tie him up.
Yeah, you time him. Okay. Yeah.
This is the day that Edward's butler and gardener performed a
You will
mutiny.
never trust butlers or gardeners ever again, which is a big
Charles will
hindrance for him.
forever suffer.
After he gets tied up, can he wake up?
Yeah. They're like just finishing the knots as you wake up.
Oh,
He's
You're
gagged.
tied. Just so you understand, you're
he's
tied to a
he's
chair.
gagged, by the way, right now.
I'm tied
And
to a
gagged.
chair. And gagged.
And gagged.
Oh. His eyes just go wide and surprised and then angry. And he,
Good.
starts struggling.
Edward,
and like
you're
he
awake.
looks like
perfect.
and he's chalking but through the gag. So like
Okay.
Edward,
Wait.
calm
no,
down.
he's
Wait.
not calming
Wait.
down. He's tied up in his shed.
I'm gonna grab him by the shoulder. I'm just gonna go. This is not real. It's a dream.
Okay, so Edward's upset.
Well, of course
On a
he's
scale.
upset.
Okay, great. I cast calm emotions on him.
Oh, good
Okay.
call.
Yeah, that works.
Okay,
so-
describe. It just calms my emotions, right?
So-
It doesn't
so-
change how I think or feel about
So-
it.
so-
Makes you non-aggressive.
You suppress strong emotions, and you have to make a charisma saving throw.
Charisma? You said?
Yes. You
Yes.
can choose to fail if you wish.
You would not choose to fail in this situation.
I wouldn't.
Your kidnappers are
That's
trying
like-
to cast a spell on you.
I know. That's 17.
That beats it.
Yeah. Okay.
You're freaking out,
Dang.
man. You just
Yeah, I'm
got
freaking
shook. I'll have you make a wisdom saving throw after that little shake.
that works.
Come on, baby.
Okay. 13.
God
Okay.
dang it, Grant.
Um,
Roll higher.
You shake, and you're brought back not to your dream from last night, but to the dream that you just woke up from.
Oh, hold on. Say
in
that again.
When you were blacked out, you started to dream once again, and you were
Oh, I
brought
gotcha.
back to your original dream that you now can remember. You remember being having being, how do I describe this?
It's a good question.
Thanks. You remember Glacia being in her we'll say apartment, quote unquote, within Malbog, explaining how she cannot send you to her associate, not associate, to Sigil because of her bonds that her father has put on her, but an associate that she
Oh.
has would be able to. You then fast forward
Interesting.
to you being shown a vault. The vaults of Avarice. Vaults that give you everything that you want to make you forget why you're there. And
Oh.
the longer you're there, and that's when you're kind of like woken up and shaken. And this is what you remember, but you're still very much. This is just what you
Right.
remember. You're still, against Triplets and all that.
If I may, he just gets shaken, and then he shakes his head. He looks around, and he's no longer trying to say anything. Would you allow me to conjure a mage hand to undo or just pull out the gag? Just like straight up, like mage hand, just pull it out of my
I
mouth.
was going to form a telepathic bond between the three of us. That way we could have a lovely chat.
The mage hand would be even more fun.
But
Let me just double check if it has verbal components.
Oh, that's true. I can check right here. Let's see. Components, it is verbal. Dang, that's okay.
verbal and somatic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that does make it way
Then
more difficult. when you can't
telepathic
move your
link
hand.
works.
As a bard, could he just hum something?
Oh.
It does still require somatic components.
Boo.
But you know what? Roll an Arcana check. Just
I'm
for
a
The
the
good
somatic component is
magician.
just mimicking what the hand does.
Oh, finally I rolled good.
Can you do that on the wisdom save, please?
Oh my gosh, 27.
Yeah. Also, yeah, you're able to through a slight hum and wiggle the fingers. You're able to get a little mage hand to pull your gag.
And Edward says immediately, he just looks at them very rigid. He says, "You better untie me or tell me what you're doing here before I untie myself and end both of you. What is going on?"
I look at
Now,
Leshka.
Edward, calm.
You got this, or do I have
we-
this? Which one
we-
would you
we're-
like?
You're not in a position to tell me to remain calm.
mean you no harm. All right, you know me. I'm your friend Leshka from the Scholar's Guide.
I have a bit of a headache. That seems like harm to me.
I do apologize.
That
for
was
It
unintentional.
was a split-second decision. I panicked.
That was unintentional.
Your accent changed.
I made that up. It was very convincing.
So
It
Edward,
wasn't.
Edward and Fellows. All right.
Yes, that's my name.
Yes,
What do you want
okay.
with me? What do you want to know?
Okay. Look. You know me. I'm your friend Leshka Nazir. All right. I helped you
Leshka?
and the rest of your compatriots, Cather, Melora, Havel, Tarak.
Do I recognize the name Leshka at all?
You do not recognize the name Leshka. You recognize Cather, Melora, Howell, all of your friends from your adventures, but Leshka and Blix are erased from your mind.
Edward just looks kind of uncomfortable. He says, "I don't remember Leshka. I've only known you as Linnaeus."
Edward's ideal world is one where Abinthy and Leshka just don't exist.
Right. Okay. And this is Abinthy.
Who are you working for? What do you want to
He's-
know?
He's a recent associate of both of ours. He helped you build Gambit's Keep, right?
There's no
Yes.
There's no Gambit's Keep. Oh yeah, track.
Oh,
Oh, interesting.
shoot.
What is Gambit's Keep?
I
Gambit?
was your liaison to the orcs.
You?
Yes,
No,
I
that was
speak
Tarak.
fluent Orcish.
I can't.
Tarak? That's
Yes.
that one. Who's he? Well, I do know who he is, but I don't know.
Track's the orc who died.
Yeah, I got
This
it,
is
I
all
remember.
very confusing. Clearly, you don't know me or even know me
No,
well.
okay, no, look, Edward. Look, we do know you. This is all fake. This is all a mirage. It's an
It's all a
illusion.
dream.
You two fake here?
No, we are real,
No,
and
we
you
are real. The three of us are real. Everything else is fake.
Look, I hit you on the back of the head because the last time I had to do this, I was assaulted by every single person
Hello?
that
Is
Leshka
that-
knew.
Is there someone in there?
Mel,
No.
stay outside. Don't you touch him. Mel, go back to your grandmother.
This is Nifendel.
Oh, it's even done.
Oh,
We thought it.
She shakes on the door, which I'm assuming is locked.
I
just
turn
go
to
back.
Leshka and I go.
I'm busy. We're
"Drastic
checking.
measures."
We're checking a gas leak. It's not very safe in here. Just go
Very
back and tend
dangerous.
to Mel, please.
Drastic measures required.
Edward, sweetheart, are you sure you're okay?
Leshka,
Yes, I'll be off to work soon. Just go tend to
Give me the
Mel,
call.
please.
right
Okay.
now.
Now-
Yes,
now
no,
or
yes, or no. This is mental. Yes
The
or no.
daffodils are
I-
dying, so we need to fix this.
I
Not my
respond. I do
daffodils.
mentally respond to you. Oh, now hold on. That might not be necessary yet. That might not be necessary yet. We're trying to avoid that.
Edward just glares at you two. Does Nifendil leave?
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, the
Edward
chances
just
are
glares
gone
at
now. I
them.
hope this wasn't what we needed.
There better be a reason for this. I need answers.
Look, we
Right?
gave
If
you
you
all
need
the answers
money,
we
if
can.
you need,
We are
just don't touch my family.
we are as confused about all this as you are. We have already been trapped in these perfect landscapes of our own before and managed to escape. We are trying to help you do the same.
Wait, whoa, wait. You said perfect landscape.
Yes, well, yes. I was in a dream where I owned a library and I was with my friend Blix and had like a party and stuff, but it was all fake.
That's awfully strange. I recently had a dream about the Vault of Avarice. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, the vaults
Did
of
I
Avarice.
did it. The Vault of Avarice.
Avarice,
Which is
you say?
Yes, it's a vault that puts people in the perfect situations to keep them from entering. But
Yes.
I
don't-
don't have any recollection of visiting this vault.
Do you happen to know
that's
anything about
not even
Avarice
possible.
and Avarice Hill?
Do
Where
I?
did you learn that
DM? Avarice Hill.
Sorry, the Mage Slayer of Avarice Hill.
I just say Avarice Hill. Do you know anything about Avarice Hill?
Do I?
No, nothing.
No, never. No, don't know of any hill.
Triplets flinches.
Do you
Look,
still ask him how Leshka knows that?
Not if you just say Avarice Hill.
Did Charles
just
put you up
flinch
to
at
this?
that.
Is this another one of his little punks? I think they call them.
No.
Oh,
I
Charles
believe
is
you
around. Charles is great. I love Charles.
This is off
he
topic,
doesn't-
Leshka.
He doesn't
I'm
live
sorry,
in
yeah,
Fallout
I-
anymore. He hasn't in a while.
Yes. Anyway,
Sometimes
but-
he
Edward,
pranks
you
me
are
for
right. In my dream as well, I encountered, I had a vision of vaults under Avarice. We are in the 4th layer. There are 3 vaults, and there are at least 3 very active bombs nearby.
Just made that up.
this. You have to understand. This is not an easy request.
If it was easy, I wouldn't have hit you in the back of the head with a shovel and tied you to a chair. I like to
is awfully
consider myself
strange
something
that-
of a reasonable man.
It's awfully strange that you're calling me Edward and not Mr. Fellows. That's
Yes, that's because I don't work for you anymore. I did for a little bit.
you don't work for me.
Well, yeah, no, not anymore.
Well,
And when I did, I was
okay. Well,
certainly
tell
not
me
a
something
gardener.
tell me something that you wouldn't know. Tell me something that someone who is just my gardener wouldn't know. Prove to me that you know me better than you do,
I mean, well,
and that you're not just sent here
I mean,
for
we
some
can
odd reason.
attempt. However, the problem is we don't know exactly how the world has changed based off of your ideal world.
Hey, DM.
Yeah.
Does Fate's Gambit still exist?
I've been around Edward for
Uh-huh.
a
Good question.
while.
Yeah.
I'm asking for your permission.
Yeah.
Can I make up something incredibly embarrassing but incredibly true?
I'm fine with it.
As long as Grant's okay with it, yeah, go for it.
Fantastic.
More like a past thing, you know.
Oh, shoot. I was planning on being slightly more recent than that. Up until 2 years after I first met you, unless you went to sleep with a teddy bear, you would still wet the bed.
It's awfully strange. I
The
haven't
teddy
told
bear
anyone
name
that.
was also conveniently Charles.
That's. How would you possibly know that?
Yes, the one with the
Not
missing
not
button.
even not
I
even my
sewed it
father
back
Newgate
on.
knew that. Wait, what?
Yes, I assume that it's missing a button for you still.
Yes, it is.
A
actually.
button I reach into my bag and I pull out like this. I found a matching one. To fix it, they came in packages of 2, like most buttons do.
It can't be.
Roll a wisdom saving
I've-
throw.
Me?
He has advantage or something.
Oh, please, God above. Do I get advantage now? Because
No.
he's proven.
That was such an elaborate thing.
You made up something on the spot after I gave you permission.
I know.
I got a-
well,
I
I
got
would
a
have. I wouldn't have
12.
asked if I thought it would have worked.
I got a freaking 12.
If I would have known.
If I would have thought it
It's
would have
like-
worked, I wouldn't have tried it.
He says,
Um,
I don't know how you know that, but I have a family now. I have the city. This couldn't possibly. There's been too much time, too much work that have been put into this. This couldn't possibly just be an illusion. This is everything. This is my whole life.
Off in
And
the
you're
distance,
suggesting that it's not even true.
you hear the bang of a tambourine to no recognizable.
And Edward just starts tearing up and he says, and my son, Mel, he has a whole life ahead of him. He's bright.
Okay. I exit the door, the shed.
Yeah.
And
Edward
I
is
latch
still
it behind
rambling
me.
on. He's not okay.
Just for my own thought, if I pulled out like a dagger,
Uh-huh.
and like just prick my finger with it, does it hurt?
Yeah.
Does it do anything? Do I like wake up?
No.
No.
I mean, I was knocked out.
I'm gonna lean into Edward, and I'm just gonna say, Edward,
He's angry and he has tears in his eyes.
I'm very sorry for what I'm about to say to you, and I want you to know that I say it in all honesty, and that I do not wish for this outcome to happen. If you
Okay.
do not snap out of this dream that you are having, this reality that you have constructed for yourself, with the help of the Tombs of Avarice, I'm going to go, in a word, absolutely nuclear. This is an outcome that neither one of us want. I want you to envision in your mind everything you know, everyone you love, burning. Right now. And if you don't snap out of this, that is what you will witness. I would like to prevent that.
Okay, can I roll the wisdom save?
Sure.
Okay.
And you know what? I'll even give you advantage on it.
Yes.
Because he's rolled 2 12s and
Actually,
13s.
wait. Well, actually, wait. Before you roll that, triple A's. Go ahead and roll an intimidation check.
Oh, that's a good idea.
By the way, DM,
Intimidation
so
is
DM,
not
I'm
one of
waiting like
those.
outside the shed to make sure like
I'm
to, like
proficient
like to assume because I assume I see Mel approaching. You know.
Yeah, you see Mel playing in the yard with the tambourine as Nifendil walks around with him.
Okay, good.
Edward's eyes are wet with tears and his face has become
He's
flushed
chasing a
with
butterfly.
blood.
A strong 13.
Okay. That's fairly intimidating.
pretty good.
That's not
Yeah.
bad. Yeah, I'll still grant advantage.
Okay. Advantage on the wisdom save?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Malice, and all other of those guys. That's 19.
Okay.
Why isn't more people excited about this?
I was
As-
hoping that you crit or something.
Good job. Hey,
Okay.
Grant, good job.
Thank you.
Is that a
Thank you,
total
Edward.
of 19 or did you roll a
Thank
19?
you. It's a total of 19. I
Okay,
rolled an
well, it's
18.
so low. Well, you know, that's not bad.
You hear this threat, and for a moment you're in such shock that you're sent into a memory.
Oh.
You remember a man, a salt and pepper gentleman, a little bit older, kind of, he has like that old man strength to him, but he doesn't look it. You know how like there's like the farmers that are like super like kind of almost like scrawny looking, but they're like ridiculously strong somehow.
Yes.
He kind of has
Mhm.
that kind of build to him. That old man farmer strength. A little bit more salt and peppered. A pretty well trimmed beard. Explaining how he can't go into the vaults to get the Vestrusium because it would be high treason for him to betray Avarice like this. But you could. You and your friends could. And thus this is his price to send you to Sigil. You remember this, and you don't feel any different afterwards, but suddenly you recognize with kind of a horror that everything around you is fake. Everything is not real.
Mm-hmm. Edward's demeanor, Avanthy, you can see.
Triple with Aleshka.
His face, all of his muscles relax. And he just kind of looks past you, like he's not looking at anything in particular. And you see his face drop. and he looks a little puzzled, but he looks like he just lost something. And then quickly he kind of shakes his head a bit and he says, right. No, you're right.
Leshka,
The man.
Yeah.
you don't know what's happening in the shed.
Yeah.
You're standing guard.
Yeah.
About 45 seconds into you leaving and Triple was talking to him. Mel and Niefendil stop, freezing in their tracks. Before their bodies staying this way, their necks snap, crooked, back to look directly at you in the shed.
Uh-oh.
As they do, their fangs begin to lower out of their jaws, and their hands begin to darken and sharpen as their eyes slowly sink into dark pits. What are you going to do?
Does it look like they're about to charge me?
Oh, they look like they want to slit your throat and drink your blood.
Lovely. A fireball.
Fireball!
I'm gonna use
Before
my.
we pop that off. Before we pop that off, can I finish what I was saying to Abinthy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Edward, just to build the scene. Edward,
Oh, go for it.
after looking down and starting to focus a little bit more, he says, right, you're right, Abinthy. There was a man, and we needed to get in the vault for the Vestrusium. That's right, DM, right? Vestrusium. Because your partner of sorts offered a way, but we needed the Vestrusium. Right, how could I have been so foolish? Okay, what do we do? How do we get out of here? Clearly you know what's going on.
As he's realizing things, Abinthy is untying him, and he says, oh, thank goodness you snapped out of it. I've already had enough blood on my hands. I'm glad that we didn't have to incur any more.
Fireball!
At this point, the door was locked. Somehow it is. Leshka forgot to unlock it, and the door slowly creaks open as Leshka lets off this fireball, blowing up Niefendil and Mel.
Edward still yells, no! He's still upset by it.
You
I'm glad I have
blow
not
them
tied
to
his legs
smithereens.
yet.
There's a massive crater left from behind, and you just see a little singed tambourine on the edge of the crater.
Oh, okay. Dramatic scene.
That's so
Can
sad.
I untie my legs? Gosh darn you! Be faster.
I'm trying. I'm incredibly adept at knotcraft.
Well, let me
You
do
untie
it. He
his
just
legs.
takes his dagger and just slashes the ropes. And he says, "I'm sorry about your rope." And then
It was never
runs
mine.
out.
It was actually yours.
Actually,
He
the rope,
It was in the
out-
shed.
the rope isn't
He
real.
runs out and turns to Leshka and just says, "You just killed my family, darn it!" And he runs over and just kneels next to the tambourine, and he just picks it up. And he's sad.
Leshka just walks over and puts a hand on his shoulders,
Sad.
and he just says, "They were never real."
Edward's eyes fill with tears, and you just see one drop fall in the tambourine, darkening the singed wood, another drop on the tambourine, and then he says silently to himself, "But I wish they were." And then they fall into a pit.
No, you don't fall into a pit. Triplets, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Now we're rolling the good stuff. That's a 26, natural 20.
nice. You notice
Nice.
as Leshka and Edward are off on the edge of the crater, you look to your right, which would be towards the front of the estate, where there's a massive fence that everyone in the city
Oh no.
is charging toward you.
Oh no.
Oh gosh, it's a zombie apocalypse.
They're throwing themselves at the gate, and now they're at the point where there's enough of the the bodies at the base that they've built up kind of a little.
Oh, we're
ramp.
getting World War Z.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
like-
we're
yeah,
getting
exactly.
World War Z. What do we do
What would you like
about
to do?
this? Is this
I
COVID
will
related?
very calmly stride towards the other two and say, I know that you are having a very dramatic scene right now. We are going to die if we do not find a way to escape this. I'm going to employ every bit of magic in my repertoire to try to find a way out of this vault. I advise that you all do whatever it is that you do to attempt to do the same.
I would also like to. I would like to ask the DM. Edward clearly knows this estate like the back of his hand.
Yeah.
Is there a place in the estate that would serve as one of two things? One, a place that's difficult for the general people getting over this fence to get to, or find, or two, like back way to escape the estate entirely. Is that possible to like guide them to or something?
I'll do you one better. You do know the estate like the back of your hand, and in this moment of clarity and realization, you're realizing that you're looking for something that could be a portal, an entrance to a different place.
Okay.
You do know of a well on the property.
Okay. Edward says this.
That you're fairly confident could be a just like a pit for you to fall into, quote unquote.
Okay. Edward says, okay, wait. There's a well that leads to a small basin of water, but I've never been able to see the bottom. It could kill us, I suppose, if there's nothing under there, but that's the closest thing to a pit I could possibly think
Well,
of being
lead the way,
nearby.
Mr. Fellows.
And
Good
I
to have you
guess
back,
he
Edward.
starts leading the way.
Perfect.
Yeah.
You lead,
They
you
start
lead back
hustling to the
towards the
well.
gardens.
I make sure to gird my loins correctly
Nice.
because I'm still in a full kilt.
Yes.
Yes.
Gosh.
You find yourselves at the edge of the well with a black pit and void at the bottom.
I've always wanted to jump down here, but I've never had the guts.
Fantastic! Whoop! Shove him into the well. I fully mantle and just plummet down, but I do the Marilyn Monroe pose to keep my kilt down as I fall.
They can hear the echo of the.
Leshko, were you gonna do anything beforehand?
No. I just jump in.
Perfect.
Silence.
You guys fall into the pits.
And we
for
see
an eternity.
dark figures cover the top of the well hole,
Yes.
trying to get to us, and it's all creepy.
Exactly. It's very creepy. It's World War Z-esque as these zombies throw themselves after you. In that moment, clarity strikes all of you as your memories
Who's
coalesce
Clarity?
and whose clarity she strikes you.
Sorry.
But your memories come together, and suddenly, what happened is made clear. You remember that you returned from your meeting with Bratz to Glacia, asking for her to use some of her hidden paths to maybe find a back entrance into Sigil so you could go find Catherine. She explained that her father has increased the bounds of her powers to continue to further control her, much to what you understand, Triplets, as her punishment. But she does know of an associate of hers who would be able to potentially help with this. An associate known as Adelar Crave, the High Mage of Wisteria Vale. She set up a meeting where you would not have to go to Wisteria Vale, but he would simply explain what he needs, and then he would send you on his way. He explained that he was working, that he would be happy to help you get to Sigil, but in exchange he would need a bit of your services. Having members of Fate's Gambit and their comrades at his disposal is not something that he finds often, and does not want to miss the opportunity to exploit that, although he used a different word. Nonetheless, he explained that he's working on a project. Much as I explained, Wisteria Vale has a number of floating structures that surround the statue of Venonantis. The Aterium or the Atier, I think is how you say it, Atier, French for workshop, is needing an expansion, and thus they need a way of keeping that expansion afloat. He needs the Vestrusium to form a sort of cage around Audronite to act as a governor to its power that would act as the way that this stone that the expansion would be built upon. It's how it keeps the stone afloat. Unfortunately, he does not have access to easy amounts of Vestrusium. but he did know of a place where there are a couple of Vestrusium artifacts that would allow or offer enough Vestrusium for the project that he needs in the vaults of Avarice. However, because Wisteria Vale is technically a city of Avarice, he cannot break into the vaults, for that would be high treason. Thus, you come in. He explained
a heist. Of
it's a
sorts.
heist. Yes.
That's so sick.
He explained that he can send you to the vaults as the High Mage of Avarice. But there's only two ways to get through the vaults. You either have the sigil that is only carried by the ruler of Avarice to allow yourself into the vaults, or you must go through the levels. Levels will give you everything that you ever wanted. And as you become aware of those levels and the fact that this is not real, the levels become more and more aggressive to the point where they will try to kill you rather than let you move on. As you make your way through, you will eventually find yourself actually in the vault itself. There are 3 vaults beneath the levels. The vaults can have different items within them at any random time, and they can shift around. And it's extremely dangerous to move within the vaults, as there are triggered mines, is how he described them, that can be triggered at a moment's notice, constantly ever so slightly shifting and moving, floating about. You must be constantly on guard, as any disturbance to the water will set them off. If you can make it that far, you must find a small Vestrusian birdcage, about yay big or so, with ornate filigree and like vine, like leaf work on it, and a small Vestrusium chalice. Between the two of those, they should be subtle enough that they're not going to be missed from the vaults, but should provide enough Vestrusium that it will allow him to do his job. You fall through infinity before you find yourselves on a cracked, broken stone floating in the center of space. Edward, you freak out for a second as you're 2 inches away from one of these mines, right at your face. You immediately back up.
He holds his breath and backs up and says quietly, "Don't touch those."
You all look around and you see that you are in this demi-plane of sorts, this open space. You are standing on a central platform, a central boulder in the center that is cracked and floating. Off from you, there are 3 paths made of smaller floating boulders, kind of think Journey to the Center of the Earth style boulders that float and turn and shift in all of this. You have 3 massive vaults floating around on their own islands that these paths vaguely and loosely lead to. As the vaults move, the paths slowly follow and drift, but they're not really locked in. So some gaps are much bigger, some gaps are much smaller. There are times where the stones bump into each other and cause them to drift away, creating bigger gaps. It's not a controlled system at all. And all around you, anywhere from 2 feet off of the ground, 10 feet off, to 3 feet below, and so on and so forth, you see hundreds of these mines, these bulbs of water with a shard of audronite in the center that is protected by a thin veil, that if it were to be disturbed, there is a high likelihood that would cause the audronite, which is extremely reactive to water, as all of you know, to explode, releasing all of the magic potential that audronite holds and the reason for its value in a massive concussive wave. And you can only assume that if one of these goes off, it will light off all of them. Yes.
How far away are the vaults?
The vaults?
Yeah.
300 feet.
That's a really long
That's
distance.
a long
there, Jim.
ways.
Huh.
Okay, wait, hold on. 300 feet, and we have to And
Sorry,
we have to
sorry,
get to.
I didn't explain that very well. It's 300 feet from vault to vault, and you guys are in the center. So it's about 150 feet from where you are to each
to
vault.
any of the vaults.
Okay, that's a little better.
Okay, that's better. Okay. Don't worry.
We gotta
guys.
put our brains together. We gotta.
Don't worry, guys. I got this.
So she's like, hold my beer.
Okay. Hold on. I gotta look up how many times I can cast spells though.
I have one dimension door.
You have one dimension door. Okay.
Ooh, I also have polymorph,
Ooh, polymorph
but
is useful.
it's the same. It's the same spell slot. But if I could
Turn yourself into a
potentially
bug.
polymorph into, but that's an awfully big thing, into something that could fly one of you, you know.
Okay.
That's an option.
Okay, so I can dimension
So
door.
I can stay in that form.
I could
for a while.
potentially dimension door a lot. I can dimension door up to 1, 2. I could dimension door up to 5 times.
Okay, so here's what I suggest. This is what Edward says. All right. I have an idea. Leshka, I know you're good at magic, so I assume you can get yourself around. All right. Well, before I've turned...
I think you have decent ways of moving people around as well, correct?
Abinthy.
I do more mid-range teleportation. This is a bit out of my jurisdiction. If it was 90 feet, I could do some stuff.
Well, don't you worry. We would only have an hour or so. It's about as long as I could hold it. But before I've flown as a large bird. I've flown one of my earlier companions. And I'd be... I can't think of any other way.
How much spacing is there between bubbles?
5 to 10 feet.
So a giant eagle maybe
gosh.
won't work.
Yeah,
No, definitely
dang.
not.
Oh, how are
Okay,
we gonna do this?
and
I
to
can
clarify,
take care
the
of
bubble,
myself.
The bubbles are only between the vaults, right?
They're all over.
All
they're,
over.
They're literally everywhere.
Okay.
I have
Yeah.
a question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it possible to disarm the mines?
Do you have a idea for how you do that?
I mean, I have a lot of ideas. Are
Okay.
any of them any good? I don't know.
It would be very, very tricky.
If you were to
It would-
disarm these mines, how would you do it? Because
Yeah.
Abby probably has ideas.
DM, I do have a thought. So does it seem that the mines like they can't even be like moved, otherwise they'll go off?
It seems like here's the thing. You can make as much inquiry as possible, but the delicacy of them is extreme.
Mhm.
And so the safe bet is that if you touch one of these, all of them are going to go off.
Because here's my
There's
thought.
like a 0.5% chance
Uh-huh.
that it might not go off, or
Okay.
that all the rest of them might not go off, just depending on how powerful that specific piece of Audronite is. But looking at it, it is hard to see another option outside of the fact that these would just destroy everything.
Here's my thought, right? In theory, with telekinesis, I could move them without disturbing the balance that it has.
Okay.
So my thought would be, Grant, for instance, could turn into an eagle. We can ride on Grant. I can use telekinesis while riding on Grant to make sure that all the bubbles stay away from us, get out of our way, right? And then Abinthy can, and the three of us could just fly
And
around.
everything could just hang out.
The 3 of us could fly around,
Now,
and then we
as
could drop
far as I
Abinthy
know-
off at each of the vaults and just have him look for stuff.
Well, do all of us need to go?
Yeah,
my
there are also 3 vaults and 3 of us.
Do we each just want to try our own Gambit, see what we can do?
I can take care of myself.
Okay, and so DM, like we're in the center, and they're like the vaults are surrounding us.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I don't want to spend too much time here, but
So
I have no
you
clue
are
how
able
long
to
it'll take to
teleport.
find these items.
Well, I mean, so do we think that if Leshka dimension doors, will that cause problems?
Let me look at the specifics of Dimension Door. Probably not though.
I have it open right now.
I don't. It wouldn't.
You can
cost-
teleport yourself from one current location to any other spot within range. The range is 500 feet. You arrive at the exact spot desired. It can be a place you see, one you can visualize, or one you can describe by stating distance, such as direction. An example is 200 feet straight forward, or upward northwest at a 45-degree angle, 300 feet.
Yeah. You think that as long as you don't teleport yourself into an orb, you could probably go wherever.
Okay, great.
Nice.
And I could take one person with me.
So how many times can you polymorph?
Me, I can
Yes.
polymorph once. I can also Dimension Door, which I can also
But you
take
can't
one
do
person.
both.
And I can only do it once. I have 1 hour in polymorph. Theoretically, if I
Unless you can cast it 5
polymorph,
times, right?
I can
So
get there
hear me
and
out.
back.
I have.
This
so
is
I have
like
enough-
this is like that riddle where it's like
Okay.
you have the fox, the hen, and the
Mhm.
bag of grain. So
Yes, I know
what
the
I'm
one.
thinking is if you teleport you and Edward one back to
So now to clarify, I currently have enough spell slots to cast Dimension Door 5 times. However, I can also get spell slots back using sorcery points, and I have all of my sorcery points right now. I have all 12, which would in theory give me let's see, if Dimension Door is what level? Dimension Door is a 4th level spell, so that would give me an additional 4th level, so that would give me 2 additional casts. So if we absolutely had to, I could cast up to 7 times.
Okay, that's
So
plenty
Edward-
of times.
Yeah.
If you drop Edward off at the location, he can polymorph or dimension door back.
Yes.
You drop me off at a place. You go to a vault. We each 3 enter a vault. Edward polymorphs back. You teleport to me and then teleport back, and then we just ride on free out of here.
I love it. I love it.
Now, DM.
Bravo.
I don't know
So
if
we're all getting our own
I
vault,
don't know
baby.
if I can't. If you would allow this, so can I create a dimension door but not go through it myself and just let somebody else go through it?
No, that's not how it works.
Okay, great. I
You gotta
figured.
grab someone and throw
Yes.
them through.
I just want to see if
Sucker.
you'd be a gracious DM, but that's totally fair. Okay, so yeah, I will start with Edward then.
Okay.
Thank you, Leshka.
Oh boy.
Do you drop me off?
So yeah, that will be my first cast. I will cast to get to there, and then cast again to get back, and then cast again to take Abinthy to 1.
Mhm.
Nice. You got it. You can do
So
it.
that's
Teleport
3,
yourself to the
and
other
then
one.
cast. So that's all my 4th level spell slots. Cast again at 5th level to get myself to another vault.
Yeah.
Nice.
Now we're all
we
in
got
vault.
there. We got it done, boy.
You've used your 3
my
4th level
gosh.
spells.
My
and
3
your
4th
fifth
level spell slots, and I use my second 5th level spell slot, and so now I have 1 6th level spell slot, and then I can get 2 more spells back using sorcery points.
All right, now can we look in these freaking vaults?
Yeah, let's open some vaults, baby.
Please.
Edward, you
Yes.
opened the first vault. In this vault, you see a number of pedestals that
Ooh.
just have small to medium size items on them. There are different trinkets. You don't recognize anything of huge historical significance, but then again, Avarice is a country or an empire, is actually a better word for it, that is extremely secretive, extremely exclusive, and the outside world knows just about nothing about the inside of Avarice. So these trophies, these relics, whatever they are, you have no clue anything about them.
Okay.
Go
Well,
ahead and make an
I'll
investigation
just go ahead and look for one of those Vestrusium doodads.
Doodads.
Oh, that's pretty good. And it's just investigation?
Yeah.
24.
Um,
I find one, right? Right?
Yeah. You go through and along there's 4 rows of pedestals. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the center hall goes through the center of the 2. So there's 2 rows on either side of you.
Wow, look at
far
all
right-
these artifacts.
On the far right side, on the second row, the very far right side, like 3 in from the very end, there is a small little pedestal with a Vestrusian chalice. It's pretty
Perfect.
short. It's probably yay big, a really little stubby stem, pretty wide, very bulky base. You can tell that it's dwarvish in nature. Has very almost like Celtic carvings into it,
Mhm.
with a lot of little faces, or not little faces, but little symbolism to it. Along the chalice itself, it has what seems to be almost like four sides. It's round cup, but on what would be like the cardinal directions, there are dwarvish heads kind of carved into it, into the Vestrusian, with their beards that hang off the chalice as they like, you know how like a cup curves around, like the beards hang off the sides. And there's
that's
little little indents of gold and rubies and emeralds and stuff like that in the beards, clearly meaning that this is, or representing the Alistar dwarves.
Wow, it's beautiful. Edward will, knowing the legends of the vaults, he will just I'd like to observe the pedestal itself and like the floor around it. Maybe see if anything is rigged or
Yeah.
rigged to be
You
a
pull
trap
out your
if
bag
I
of
take this.
sand, get ready
Literally,
to, you know.
I just want to check for traps essentially. I
Yeah,
want to
go
check
for
to
it.
see-
Roll another investigation check.
Okay. That's not too bad. It's a 15.
Okay. You look around. It doesn't look like the plate that it's resting on is weighted. Doesn't look like there's any tripwires around. Doesn't look to be any crystals or rubies. As far as you can tell with your lack of skill in this area, there is no traps for you to be concerned about.
Okay, just to be extra safe, I would like to cast Detect Magic.
Okay. There's lots of magic in the room. The whole place is a demiplane. Every single
okay,
one of
yeah,
the
you're
orbs
right.
has a little piece of magic. Every one of the mines has just a little bit of magic, a little bit of aberration magic to it.
Mhm.
And a number of the artifacts are magical in nature. Some of them evocation, some aberration. Some
Is this
evocation.
chalice or pedestal magical?
No.
That's awesome. I take it.
Perfect.
You
You
die.
grab the chalice. It has a pretty decent weight to it. It's very heavy.
Ooh.
You know, for
I could use a chalice like this.
yes, you don't handle Vestrusium really ever, but you have handled Mithril before in the past, and it's basically the opposite, where Mithril is super light and very strong and stuff like this. Vestrusium, it's the strongest metal out there. It's the hardest metal out there. There's nothing that can forge it. Only raw Vestrusium can even forge Vestrusium. That's why the Alistar dwarves, or not the Alistar dwarves have a whole big, huge, massive forge for it, and they have all these ceremonial tools and all this type of stuff that you vaguely know about. So it's hefty. It's not like Mithril. It's very, very heavy to it. It feels almost like iron in your hands. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Edward says, wow, the craftsmanship. I can't even imagine trying to forge something like this. All that good stuff. And then he leaves the vault. Dimension doors back to the center.
Beautiful.
Ding ding. Edward has succeeded without dying.
Mission
Thank you.
accomplished.
You want to go,
Thank you.
Leshka?
Claps in chat.
I want to ask a question. Do we recall how we were going to get out?
No.
No. Okay.
No,
'cause
but,
that's good
we
to
will
know because I
somehow.
have an idea for that.
Great.
Just in case it comes into mind. But that
Put a
means
pin in
that
that.
means I might have to make sure to keep a thing. But sure, I'll take a look at stuff.
Okay. You teleport to yours and enter into the vault. Very similar to Edward's, except it is of grandiose scale comparatively. While Edward's vault was some of the smaller trinkets, some of the smaller items, things like chalices and cups and small items and stuff like this. The one that you are in, is massive items. You see hanging from chains along one side. It looks like a tusk covered with these iron bands of spikes and gouges and carved symbolism into the whole tusk, hanging from one side. Along another side, you see the broken front of a siege engine. You know how siege engines, like they kind of like in I believe it's the Twin Towers when they're raiding Helm's Deep, and they have the ones that go forward, and then there's like the ramp that like slams down onto it, and the orcs run out of it. The ramp, the massive like metal plated ramp, they have hanging on the other side. And then they have a variety of very large weapons. They got catapults, a lot of engines of war, stuff like that. You see gongs, you see like pieces of tower. You see boards and beams from ships, sails, a lot of those type of things. A lot of massive, basically, what looks like a lot of trophies from what you can tell.
Okay, great. I don't see a bird cage.
Make an investigation check.
The big bird cage.
Okay, let's see. Investigation. That is a 22.
Nice. You go through, and you kind of quickly realize that what you're looking through probably wouldn't have like a normal sized bird cage in it.
Mm-hmm.
But you look through and you find a number of like interesting items. Like I said, any of the aforementioned items, but unfortunately, you do not find bird cage.
Okay. In that case, I will just use. I will use 6 of my sorcery points to regain a 4th level spell slot, and I will dimension door over to Avanthy's vault.
Okay, perfect.
You know, in hindsight, it would have been better to teleport to a vault, check the vault, and then teleport to a different vault.
Yeah, but where's the fun in that? What if I find secret stuff that I want to keep secret?
Yeah, give Avanthy a shot. Give Avanthy a shot.
I'm gonna while he's opening his vault, I'm also going to cast Detect Magic, and I'm gonna open my vault.
Okay, you open your vault, cast Detect Magic, and similar to both Leshka and Edward, even though Leshka didn't cast Detect Magic, but you can make the assumption.
It's
there are a number
implied.
of magic, yeah, it's implied. There are a number of magic items within this vault. Yours is kind of an interesting conglomeration. It's like Leshka's is like the Leshka and Edwards are the exaggerations of the two, where like Edwards is a lot finer.
This one's just right.
Kind of, yeah, it's a combination of the two. Yeah, you got your like medium sized items, you got swords, you got weapons, well, still some smaller things, a couple bigger things. Just kind of depends on what you're looking at. But you do see a number of items. You see a great sword that's been enchanted. You see immediately you see the birdcage. It's like there's again 4 rows of pedestals, and it's the first one on your right. It's great. It's perfect. So immediately you see this ornate birdcage. It looks like about the size for maybe something like a robin or a parakeet or maybe a small parrot, something like that. Not very big, probably about like yay big in diameter. I know that's not diameter.
No, I got it.
Yay big in size. But around you also see a number of different gems and jewels, some of them enchanted upon necklaces, some of them not. A lot of finer instruments of war. You see some shields. You see a banner that's been enchanted. You see there's a throne. There's 3 thrones on the left side along the wall with different ceremonial shields that hang on each of them.
I have 2 questions. I hate to cut you off.
No, that's great. I appreciate that you cut me off.
Is there anything that Avanthy specifically finds interesting?
The shield, the thrones are kind of interesting, just from a historical perspective.
I can't take those with me.
No, you can't take those with you. That you want to take with you. Well, first of all, you have a conflicting.
I dislike Avarice.
Yeah, you dislike Avarice, so you want to like steal their stuff, but also you're performing a heist, and the whole point of stealing these items was that nobody would care that they're gone or notice that they're missing. So
hear me out. If we just steal a whole bunch of stuff, it'll get lost in the middle of it. Like, oh man, they stole so many things. Who knows what they were looking for?
Yeah.
But if there's nothing, and my second question, is there anything that would assist with my crafting endeavors?
There's nothing that would assist with your crafting endeavors. I will say you do find one other piece that piques your interest. Towards the back of the left aisle, the first left aisle, there is a crystal jar, like a clear crystal jar. And inside of it, you do see this bright violet crystal. You open the jar, being very, very careful not to let anything kind of get into it. And you realize that this is, well, actually make an Arcana check with advantage because you're pretty familiar with this type of stuff.
Okay, let's roll in the box, Aaron. Okay, 23.
This is an ancient piece of triple refined audronite. This is about as high quality of audronite that you can get.
Putting that in
That
the
might
bag.
be the most quality Aldronite in the world.
And then I'm also going to grab the bird cage and turn around as
Leshka shows up.
Leshka enters. I say, I've got it. Let's skedaddle.
Yes. And Leshka will use his final 6 sorcery points to again cast Dimension Door and get the 3 of them all back together in the center of the room.
Well, and Edward had Dimension Doored back to the middle.
Yep.
Mhm.
You are all now
Alright.
back in the middle. It's kind of funny. You dimension door, and Leshka, you did a really good job of planning for you, in the space. Abinthy goes to the dimension door, and you have to like immediately like matrix like dodge out of the way as a small little orb goes slowly floating past where your head just was, but you do dodge it.
All right. Now, do either you two recall how exactly we were supposed to get out of this place?
There was no
Did
mention.
you tell us how to leave?
I don't
And
know.
and to clarify, DM, Leshka knows this place is a demi-plane.
Yes.
Okay, great. Good to know. Well, I think I have a way to get us out if we need it.
Please, I
think
mean,
real
I
hard.
think sooner is better.
And
On the
I'll
off
just-
chance we
As
accidentally
the
set one of
orbs
those off.
continue to slowly shift
I will
and
say-
float, and Edward like steps back to avoid one.
I will say,
Yeah,
Adelar Crave, we're done. You can get us out of here now.
Hello.
That didn't work. Go for it.
Okay, I will. So, the nice thing about banishment is if you are not if you're not native to the plane you're currently on, which we are not native to this demi-plane,
Uh-huh.
you go back to your normal plane, which is the material plane,
Uh-huh.
and you just stay there.
Uh-huh.
And when you cast at a higher level, you get to choose more people. And I
Okay.
have 1 6th level spell slot, which allows me to choose 3 people.
Yo.
Banishment of 4th level spell?
Banishment, yes, banishment is a 4th level spell, but I'm casting it at 6th level.
Yeah, you can. So you get, yourself
Myself
And,
and those 2.
and those two. Yeah, the two bozos that joined Leshka. Leshka and the bozos.
So I'm like, all right, hopefully this works. I'm going to banish us out of this demi-plane.
Sounds fantastic.
That sounds kind of scary, but-
Leshka puts his staff down on the ground, and from the base of it, little cracks begin to form. What almost seems like in like just space and time, before they just fall through a hole.
Nice. For like the 6th time today, you guys fall through infinite space.
Not again.
And then 10 minutes later, we land in the material plane.
Does it specify where?
So it would be back. Normally it's back where you originally came from. So wherever we were on the material plane when we entered the demi plane, we would then appear back.
Ah,
You weren't
okay.
on the
That would be
material
perfect.
plane. You weren't on the material plane when you entered the demi plane. So I'm gonna go. It would just shoots you back to the last place you were on the material plane, which I believe was Gambit's Keep.
Let's
Sounds good to me.
go.
That's
Back
gonna
to
convenient
square
location.
one.
Yeah.
Back to the, I was afraid we'd like be in the middle of the ocean.
Yes,
or
you
like in
guys
a
drowned
random
as the
desert.
ocean swallowed you.
Because
Like-
it does specify we return to our home plane. So that would be in the
Yeah,
material.
your home plane. Yeah,
Yeah.
obviously the material plane. So that would be fun.
it's so
The material plane. The material plane's a big place. You could end up in like freaking Faerun or something like that. So
Exactly.
yes, I'll say that it takes you back to your last location. As you guys find yourself back on the material plane, out of the demi plane that is the Vaults of Avarice, you all find yourself with a sense of loss, a sense of almost grief, realizing as your subconscious catches up to your conscious mind, and you realize that you aren't in your dream world where you have your deepest desires, but you do have the birdcage and the chalice, and now you must get them to Adelar Crave. Did you have something you want to say, Triplets?
Yeah, I did want to say, Triplets actually looks the exact same as he does almost every single morning.
Fair.
Yeah. By the way, like when they make it back, Leshka almost immediately like has to catch himself like on like Edward as he's exhausted at this point.
Yeah. Well, you used like
All
everything.
those
Like
spells.
all of my magic is gone.
Yeah.
Good work,
At-
everybody.
at
we,
this point,
we made it back.
Renaya pops her head out, asks what the heck happened and where you guys have been.
Did you solve the curse?
But we're going to go ahead and end for tonight's episode because it's getting very late. We'll pick back up with you guys getting your stuff to Adelar Crave, making your way to hopefully not Avarice, but at least Wisteria Vale. Maybe. Who knows? We'll see. And hopefully Renaya will be able to join us, or Lydia. Lydia will be able to join us to play Renaya next week when we come back and play another episode of the Paper Dungeon.
Yeah, baby.
This was a lot
Thank
of
you.
fun. I agree.
I love
really
the
fun.
mystery.
This was really cool.
I thought it
Twists
went
and
pretty well.
turns.
Yeah, it was funny because I originally planned it the exact opposite way, where like I was gonna do very traditional, like, okay, you guys wake up, you just talk to Grotz, you're heading back to Glacia, you're gonna meet, Adelar
That's
Crave,
lame and dumb.
and
Yeah,
then
that's boring. It's
struck
more fun
me.
to just throw us in there.
4 hours after starting, 4 hours into my session planning, it struck me. I was like, wait, what if they just wake up in the vaults and they have no clue what's going on and they have to like
Oh,
slowly
so
piece
good.
together? And I was like,
Yeah.
that's awesome, but that took so much work as well. But anyway,
You did
It was
great. It was
Thank
great.
you. I
It was
appreciate
great.
I thought it went really, really well. You guys crushed it. I appreciate you're not metagaming and doing great. You guys are awesome players.
I think
It's-
there's one thing left to say.
It's 12:30 for me. It's 1:30
It's
for you
1:30
boys.
for us.
You guys still gotta go get some Mexican pizza. So thank you guys. We love you guys. We appreciate it. We hope that you have a great Monday. Sorry that we can't be there live. Some of us will be. It's my fault. I had a work trip. I'm going to be 3 hours away and up in a cabin in the woods working on a roof. So I had to reschedule and make some adjustments. But appreciate you
The
guys.
longest outro ever.
Let him finish it, Grant.
Say the thing.
Good luck and Godspeed, Dungeoneers. We love you guys. We'll see you next time. So long.
Yay!